So that is where we are today. So I just want to welcome everyone. I want to first greet our distinguished guest. I want to welcome to you officially to the event where we are launching a book that was written and by our distinguished authors, Professor Zorehan and Professor Mashiho and Dr. Esther. Can we just give them a clap of the hand? So my job is easy. It's to be a program director. And to be a program director in the midst of educators is much easier because the first thing you need to do is to test the knowledge, right? To understand that where are they so that we can up the levels or we need to lower the levels a bit. So I have those knowledge up the levels. So there is a special present for a person who will be mostly participative. So just take note of that. So let's just ask if you understand why we are here. What's the title of the book? Okay, yes. The title of the book? Okay, the back there. Sorry, we don't have a roaming mic. You need to... Yes, thank you. As a follow-up, what is cyber fraud? Not the authors. Not the authors. What is cyber fraud? Okay, yes, thank you. It's an online fraud, malicious acts that is happening online. It can happen in different ways, but we all somehow have experienced it. Okay, who has experienced cyber fraud? Maybe we need that question. All of us, right? So this is an event that is very critical, especially in the days where digital technology has evolved, especially in Africa, because that's our focus today. There has been a move and a shift in the Africa space where we are towards technology, towards internet, and even worse, 2020 has made us even shift. So that shift has introduced such malicious acts, and this book cannot be relevant but now. It's a critical body of work. And can I tell you now that it's so easy to write a book? Who agrees with me? Not the authors. The authors will not agree with me. Why do I say it's easy to write a book? ChatGPT. We can wake up tomorrow, you have a book. But it's not easy to put together a body of knowledge that will be generational, that will be impactful, that will surpass our lives. So this is a body of work that is not ChatGPT material. So I've had a privilege to go through the book, not everything, to just have a snippet of the book. I did agree that this is a body of work that will surpass our age, that will definitely be used in classrooms, that will be used by us in our families, in our space. So welcome to this prestigious event, and we just want to acknowledge and thank our authors. And we want to also acknowledge our distinguished guests from various institutions. Welcome. So like I did say, my job is very easy. Being a program director is to manage time. You know, we have educators, and most of the educators have 2 lecture periods. And how long is a 2 lecture period? It's 3 hours. So that means they can talk. Where you are in a room of educators, they can talk. So my job today is to say, yes, we understand you have 3 hours on a normal day, but today you have 30 minutes. That's exactly what I'm here for. So when I stand up and shift and do this, it's because the 3 hours is not applicable in this scenario. Remember, it's scenario, it's assessment, it's applicable. So in this event, 3 hours is not applicable. So, but to not waste time, because sometimes program directors are educators. Myself, I'm an educator. I can talk. So maybe I need another 3 hours person who's going to manage my time. Okay, so now we are going to be joined by our DVC, who is a DVC for Research and Innovation, to give us a welcome, to really give us that opening remark for the event. So we'll just welcome our DVC to the podium. Thank you so much.
At least there's someone who is shorter than I am. I'm always having to pull down the mic when I'm about to speak, but today I had to pull the mic up for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, authors, scholars, students, fellow advocates for a safer digital world, and all participants in the room, good morning. Sanbonan, Dumelang. Guys, are you okay? Am I in the right audience? Am I with the right audience? Dumelang. Abshen. Yeah. Goeiemorgen. Yeah, sounds like it. Welcome to the launch of a book that couldn't be more timely or necessary. A book entitled Mitigating and Understanding Cyber Fraud. I'm sure those who didn't have the answer when the question was asked are now noting, so that if it happens to come back, that question, I thought that there were also gifts for those who get it right. Yeah, so just keep it in mind. It's called Mitigating and Understanding Cyber Fraud. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored to be here with all of you as we embark on this exciting and critical moment. In addition, I would like to welcome you to this important symposium on economic growth, dynamics in post-apartheid South Africa, challenges and prospects. So I'm not just welcoming you into the book launch, but I'm also welcoming you into the symposium. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you today as we gather to engage with one of the most critical topics of our time, the economic trajectory of a nation that has undergone profound transformation over the past few decades. Please allow me to highlight a few points on both the book and the symposium, respectively. In a world where technology is evolving faster than ever, we find ourselves navigating a landscape that is both empowering and perilous. The digital age has opened up a wealth of opportunities, from connecting people across the globe to revolutionizing industries and making information more accessible than ever before. However, with this great promise comes an equally great challenge, the rise of cyber fraud. The threat of cyber fraud is no longer a distant possibility, but an everyday reality that affects individuals, businesses, and governments alike. It is a crime that knows no boundaries. It can target anyone, anywhere, and often without a warning. And as the technology continues to advance, so too do the methods used by cyber criminals. What was once a threat that seemed very much distant and abstract is now an urgent concern that we must confront with knowledge, innovation, and most importantly, with action. This book, entitled Mitigating and Understanding Cyber Fraud, serves as a timely and an essential guide in our fight against this growing menace. It provides not only a deep understanding of how cyber fraud works, but also offers practical insights into how we can safeguard ourselves, how we can safeguard our businesses, how we can safeguard our communities from falling victims of these crimes. This book explores the psychology of fraudsters, as they are called, the latest techniques they use, and most importantly, the strategies we can implement to defend against them. So the book is so much empowering. I'm sure you can agree with me, even if you haven't read the book as yet, by just highlighting what is entailed in the book and what the book seeks to achieve. I would like to commend the authors for their dedication to shedding light on this complex issue. Their extensive research, expertise, and commitment to tackling cyber fraud are evident on every page of the book. The book does not simply serve as an academic text, but as a practical tool, one that empowers us to take meaningful steps in protecting ourselves and our organizations in an increasingly vulnerable digital world. As we move forward, let us remember that mitigating cyber fraud requires more than just technology. It requires awareness, it requires education, and it requires vigilance. It requires a united front, one where each of us plays a role in identifying, preventing, and addressing fraud. This book will be a crucial resource for all of us, whether we are a student, we're a researcher, we're a cybersecurity professional, we're a law enforcement officer, or an everyday citizen. Together, we can build a safer digital future. Before we begin today's celebrations, let me take a moment to thank the three authors, namely Prof. Mashiko, who's our Executive Dean for the Faculty of Economics and Finance, Prof. Zorowin, the head of the Department of Economics in the same faculty, and Dr. Akinbowale, one of our best postdoctoral research fellow since 2022. And I'm thanking you for your strong commitment, colleagues, and contribution in promoting research outputs in the Faculty of Economics and Finance. I thought we'd clap hands for that. I also want to applaud those who have supported the creation of the book and helped make this launch very much possible. You colleagues know yourselves, and we're truly grateful for the work that you've done. Your hard work and dedication to the fight against cyber fraud make a real difference. And now, without any further delay, I invite you to sit back, enjoy the event, and immerse yourselves in the world of mitigating and understanding cyber fraud. May it inspire you to act, to learn, and to contribute to a more secure digital world. Secondly, once again, I would like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, authors, scholars, students, and all the participants to the important symposium on economic growth dynamics in post-apartheid South Africa, challenges and prospects. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you today as we gather to engage with one of the most critical topics of our time, which is the economic trajectory of a nation that has undergone profound transformation over the past 3 decades, as I've mentioned earlier on. So I'm just switching the gears, bear with me, because I want to touch on the symposium quickly. As we meet here today, we find ourselves in a moment of reflection and anticipation. South Africa, a country with a history marked with both deep injustices and inspiring resilience, has made remarkable strides since the end of the apartheid. The economic landscape has shifted in ways that were once unimaginable, but it is also clear that the journey of true economic emancipation is far from complete, ladies and gentlemen. The post-apartheid era has been one of both the promise and of the challenge. On the other hand, South Africa's transition to a democratic society in 1994 brought a new political and economic order, enabling policies that promoted inclusivity, infrastructure development, and foreign investment. The growth of the middle class, the expansion of industries such as mining and services, and increased integration into the global economy were all significant milestones. On the other hand, South Africa's economic progress has been uneven, and the country faces persistent challenges. The legacy of apartheid continues to cast a long shadow, leaving deep socioeconomic divides that are felt by millions of South Africans today. Unemployment, inequality, poverty, inadequate access to quality education and healthcare remain formidable obstacles on the road to shared prosperity. As we reflect on these challenges, we must also focus on the opportunities that lie ahead. What are the prospects for sustainable and inclusive economic growth in our country, South Africa? How can we harness the potential of the country's youth, natural resources, and emerging sectors like technology, renewable energy, and agriculture? What roles do policy reform, international trade, and investment play in shaping a new economic paradigm that is both equitable and resilient? These are the critical questions that will guide our discussions over the course of this symposium. We are fortunate to have with us today a distinguished group of experts, economists, policymakers, and thought leaders to bring invaluable perspective on South Africa's economic trajectory. Their insights and experiences will help us better understand the current dynamics, explore innovative solutions, and chart a path forward. This symposium is not just an academic exercise. This is an opportunity for us to collectively examine the realities that South Africa faces as it seeks to overcome its legacy, build an inclusive economy, and ensure that economic growth benefits all its people. We are here to discuss solutions that are both practical and visionary, to move beyond analysis and work towards actionable strategies that can help unlock a true potential of South Africa's economy. The time to act is now. Dare I say, the time is now, and now is the time. Your presence here today signals a shared commitment to the future of South Africa and recognition of importance of informed collaborative dialogue. Your contributions will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and help us make a meaningful progress. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, as we begin today's proceedings, I encourage all of you to engage openly, share your perspectives, and challenge each other. The road ahead for South Africa is not without its challenges, but it is also full of opportunities for growth, for innovation, and also for transformation. Together, we can play a role in shaping the future of this remarkable nation. Dare I say, amaqobokazana ke angalala endleleni ngabe kunyembelekile. Dithi ke kuni into zakuthi maze nethole. The time is now, and now is the time. Thank you so much. I look forward to the stimulating and enriching conversations that lie ahead today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we are excited, right? But me as a teacher, what do? I ask a question. So this book can be used by anyone. Who are those? Name at least 3 who can use this book. And it was in Prof's remarks. So I want to see if we are listening. Show of a hand at the back. I was that lecturer, right? I used to lecture we all lecture a group of students in this platform, and the people sit at the back, they don't want to be spoken to. But I would go to the back. So most people now move from the back to sit in the middle because they know they are safe. So, but sorry, I'm not really talking about you at the back. I'm just, I'm just thinking. So who are the people who can use this book? Let's get, I know that we do these meetings on Teams, so there's a bit of shyness. So I'll allow you time because we don't use, yes, there is at the back there. You do give us where you're joining us, what's your role here, and yeah, so that we get to know each other at the same time. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Miss Innocentia. Morning, colleagues. I'm Innocentia Langeni from Department of Economics, Garankowa. Academics can use it, students can use it.
Yes.
Those who are responsible for security in their own environments can also use it. I'll leave it to the rest of the colleagues.
Yes, 3. You really got it. When a student knows that they are not sure about the 3, they put the 4th one, right? So you are very sure about the 3. Indeed, students can use it as academics, people who are in the cyber security professionals. So thank you for that. I have one question, just one, before I call the next one. How many passwords do you think on average a human being, myself and you, have sitting here? Let's expose ourselves. How many? 1, right? Definitely. And is that not easy for the cyber criminals? Even I brought my daughter because I think she can use this book as well. So she knows that one password. If she can use my card everywhere, I'm like, ooh, I'm not safe. Maybe I'll think it's the cybersecurity criminals, but maybe it's the people in the house. So we are exposing ourselves. We usually have one password. Even when the card comes with a new PIN, you automatically run to the change password so that you just only have one PIN. But this book will tell you that that is a risky exercise. You need to at least have 2, 3, 4 hard passwords. So we'll learn that today, but let's get to the nitty-gritties so that after this session, we all run to the passwords and say change password and have at least 4, 5 so that we limit our risk. So now I would want to welcome our distinguished guest. I will go through his profile so that he can then come forth. He will be covering the review of the book. So we have amongst ourselves Prof. Oladipo Olelekan David. I'm sure he forgives my, my pronunciation. He is a professor of economics at the Northwest University. His main research interest is digitalization and digital economy from an African perspective. He is recently published his research findings titles, Nexus Between Digitalizations and Institutional Quality in Africa, Partial Aggregation Perspective. In the African Renaissance Journal, he has published widely in the international reputable journals like Telecommunications Policy, Technology in Society, Applied Economics, Economic Research, Economsac, you will forgive me there, Instra Zivanch, etc. He strongly advocates for the digitalization of economic activities to curb societal disequilibrium. He has presented some of his research findings at local and international gatherings and conferences. He frequently contributes to public policy in economic issues relating to digital economy. May you please help me welcome Prof. David. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Madam DVC. You have actually made my life easy because you have watched the ground so that I need to just be flowing. I don't need to stress myself any longer. So, and also thanks to the university for giving me the privilege to review this book. When this book was in the production stage, there was a lot of back and forth in terms of this should be this should be that, and that gave me ample of opportunity to be able to speak about the book. But before then, let's know where we are as a country in terms of our digital space in South Africa, because that is very important. So let's quickly see what the news is telling us about cybercrime. And also the moderator, you have also helped me by telling us
Fabric's latest annual crime stats showing that digital banking fraud increasing by 33% between 2019 and 2020. And here's where you got to be careful. Debit card fraud rising by 22%. It's quite an increase, isn't it? Well, the flux in trends reflecting the changing spending habits of South Africans brought on by lockdown. I'm Barry Bateman. That's simply because we aren't going to shops anymore. We're buying everything online, aren't we?
Well, it's exactly that. It's this change in our spending habits and also greater trust in these online platforms. Just a few years ago, I was speaking to a university lecturer at Wits University who deals with this kind of thing. Just 4 or 5 years ago, we didn't have this level of trust in these online platforms. Now you can order groceries to your house within an hour, you know. So there's this radical change. But just to give you an idea of the scale of this problem, Gareth, you know, I was speaking to Chad Thomas. He's a financial crimes investigator at IRS. And he put things into perspective for me. He said the cost or the value of cybercrime in South Africa in a single day is the equivalent, if not more, of the value of cash in transit heists for a whole year. It's going to be upward, I think he said 7 trillion for the globe.
Wow.
In value by the end of this year. That's where it's estimated. So cybercrime is becoming one of the biggest crimes. And the point, he made the point as well, the reason we don't give it quite the attention that it deserves and so serious, it's not a violent crime.
That's it.
People
doesn't
are being
catch
hurt.
our attention.
It doesn't get our attention, although there are people every day who are being swindled. I'll just give you, in the last hour, I received a wonderful SMS and from a number I don't know. But the person telling me, hello, you are a possible relative of our deceased fund member who has unclaimed benefits as you share the same surname. It's my lucky day.
It is. Well, when you're off air, you're obviously going to reply, give them all your banking details.
I'm going to touch base, put it through, and you know what, if I hit it big, I might treat you to a lunch. We might do something.
That's very good. Obviously, you want to go and reply to that message as soon as you can tell us about the insert that you did about just how big a problem this actually is. What was the story about?
Absolutely. Speaking to Chad Thomas, speaking to a lecturer at Wits University, looking at those spending habits, the way they're changing, referring to the SABRIC numbers as we've got the latest ones, and of course, Chad Thomas being interviewed on how not to become the next victim. Take a listen. Add to cart and check out. This is how many South Africans are now doing their shopping. It's easy and convenient. But cyber criminals are also stocking their checkout carts, and it's consumers who are footing the bill. But just how serious is this type of crime?
1 day's worth of cybercrime in South Africa is equivalent or more than all the cash heists that take place in South Africa on an annual basis.
Chad Thomas says it's estimated that by the end of this year, cybercrime would have affected the world to the tune of $6.5 trillion. It's further estimated it's costing South Africa over 2 billion rand a year. SABRIC's latest figures show the number of digital banking fraud incidents rose by 33% between 2019 and 2020. The rise has been attributed to changes in consumer behavior, helped by strict COVID-19 regulations.
The increased digital adoption, you know, people don't want to go to the banks, stand in queues, go to shops. It's too risky for them. The change in the mindset of people, they are getting more confident in buying online. You know, we didn't have that 4 or 5 years ago. And purchasing behavior is changing. I mean, now you can have a Checkers deliver all your groceries, and then change in the interpersonal behavior. People prefer to actually not interact.
How, then, do you avoid being the next victim?
We must understand that criminals adapt, and they adapt very fast. We need to keep up to date with the changes. We need to find out what's going on, whether it's phishing, whether it's ransomware, whether it's changing banking details type fraud. If we are using our devices to store valuable information or to use with apps to make payments, we have to have multi-factor authentication so that we don't fall prey to these criminals.
Criminals change their ways as quickly as authorities can crack down on them. The most important advice is for consumers themselves to be vigilant. Barry Bateman, Johannesburg.
Fabric's latest annual crime stats showing that digital banking...
Thank you. we can all see this is a big problem that is affecting every one of us. We all have phones in our hands today. We don't need to use computer now before we can access the digital space. Even some of our people that lives in rural area who couldn't access internet, they still use some of these SSD, all these short codes to make some digital transactions. Most of us these days, if we want to buy groceries, we prefer to use 60 minutes from Checkers or from Woolworths. So that made us to be prone, or we're at risk of being deprived of our privacy, two, our resources. And why is that happening? It's because we're now living in a digital space where everybody seems to be connected to a single server. In South Africa, for instance, we have a mobile phone penetration at 167 million. What is the population? About 60 million, meaning somebody may have like 2 or 3 phones. And for the internet, we have 76% of the population have access to the internet, meaning in every 10 person, about 8 of them is at risk of being robbed cyberly. Then what do we do? So, in the case of South Africa, we say 7% of South Africa are falling victim to cybercrime and other risky behavior compared to 50% globally. You can see globally we're having 50%, but in the case of South Africa, which is like 20% more than the global average. And that shows that we need to address this. There are different forms of these cyber scam. Some of them, they come in form of loans. Some of them, relationships. Some of them, mass emails telling you click a specific link, or offering you some crazy offers like to buy a product. This is very cheap. Let me quickly click on this, then you insert all your details, then you're being robbed. So what do? This book is to assist us on how to navigate around all these problems. So 75% of South African smartphone users had experienced mobile cybercrime in the past 12 months compared to 38% globally. What that simply suggests is that even globally, we're still above what averagely is being experienced in terms of cybercrime if you're using your mobile phone. And in terms of cost, globally, it's about $445 billion yearly, while in South Africa, it's 5.8 billion rand, which is about 0.14% of the GDP. That's huge amount of money. And these in total actually motivated for writing this book. And what are those motivations for this book? We said the rapid growth of digital technology adoption and cyber fraud. Everybody now want to work remotely. Even in household now, you see couples. I'm also corporate of this. Before sleeping, I have to check my mails while the phone was supposed to be away. So you see couples while on bed, you're still busy with their phones. It means we're so much glued to our phone. For that reasons, we're at risk of being contacted. And remember, we are human beings. We can get easily being emotional, and they take advantage of this. I mean, the criminals now. And they need also to share the awareness and education that if you're using the phone, how do you use it efficiently so that you don't get robbed of your resources, not just financial resources now, it could be other vital information. So with all these motivations, so there are few things that the books tries to talk about. In the books, we have 15 chapters, but this is summarized into these few points, which is about 8 or 9 of them. So the first one in the book is the general overview of fraud, global statistics, and the experience of different African countries on cyber fraud incidents. The book tries to compare what is the status quo in each of these African countries, what are they doing in terms of curbing cybercrime in each country, how could each country learn from each other in Africa. Remember, in terms of Africa, most especially sub-Saharan African countries, the growth level or development level is still almost at the same pace, except few countries in Africa that is growing faster than the other. Then the second point is that the books try to consider theoretical perspective of fraud to profile cyber fraud. That is a matching theory with the practice. How do we try to establish the connection between the theory? Not just providing solution, but there should be some theoretical underpinning which will guide the author or the book. And the third one, which is the practical applications of decision making relating to cyber fraud mitigation, like fuzzy analytical hierarchy process and the machine learning approach. And the fourth one is the trending data, big data technologies to and analytics for fraud mitigation. The next one is the impact of information and communication technology and forensic accounting on cyber fraud mitigation. Most of our discipline, not just only accounting now, try to explore the or adopt technology to the way they are doing things, not just only accounting. Several disciplines, they try to use technology. So the case, which is the effect of forensic accounting software on the accuracy of financial investigation, and strength, weakness, opportunity, and threat approach to investigate the feasibility of forensic accounting. Analysis of cybercrime activities in South Africa and the management control system strategies in South African banking industry. Why the banking industry? Because that's where we keep our money most times. So the moment they have access to the bank, to our card, definitely our account is at risk. So first of all, what they try to do is that the card in your hand, how do they have access to the digit in front? Through that digit, most especially the security number. Before you know it, they swindle the money in our account. So the books try to see how we can provide a solution to this problem. Practical guidelines for mitigating cyber fraud and discusses policy lessons. So this now tries to look at these guidelines from 2 or 3 perspectives, like from the individual perspective and from business perspective, because it is not just only individual now that is affected, but businesses are also affected. So what are the consequences that one may experience if one may experience if there's a cyber fraud? So the first thing is a financial loss. If there's a cyber fraud, definitely our financial resources is gone. Though sometimes the bank will say, no, we're investigating. But the chances that they'll get those money back is very slim. Yes, they will tell you we're investigating. I know a couple of people who experienced cyber fraud. They've made a lot of reports, so many investigations, but till today, nothing was returned. So in that situation, we as a human being, we need to be very responsible by keeping our financial details in terms of our card secret. Let our privacy to be private. I'm looking at your face now, moderator. Let our privacy to be private. Because sometimes you may like, oh no, but we share something together. We don't need to be worried of this. You don't know who is using that person's system that may gain access to your details. Not that person you're sharing your details with, but another person that he or she may, one way or the other, leave his or her system with. Because I know, like in the banking system, for instance, if you have to get up from your system, log out of your system because you don't know who may perform what on your system. So, and that is very important. So, individually, as a business entity, government, and African trading partners, yes, if there's this point of financial loss, it could be for individual businesses, government, and other trading partners. For instance, if there are trading partners associated with South Africa, for instance, that may affect them due to having relationship with South Africa. So that is very important. Then another point is lack of trust in digital economic activities. Digital financial inclusion engines of e-commerce, online banking. Our target as in the digital economies is to deploy digital devices or digital technologies to improve economic growth and to reduce poverty in the society. So, and one of the ways of achieving that is to drive financial inclusion. Why are we including people? If we include every individual, they can have access to credit. Then the credit will improve the standard of living. Then, if we don't have trust, already people will not be included anymore because they won't bother to come to the financial space or the financial ecosystem. They'll rather keep their money under their beds. I could remember my grandfather in those days would say, you know what? The money I have under my bed will not deceive me. Nobody will steal it. It's because of the trust they don't have in the banking system there. So with digital space, you don't even need to go to the bank to get the money. All you just need is some certain information remotely. You can get this money swindled away. The case of e-commerce, with digital economics, we said with e-commerce, you can trade without barriers, even though there are some school of thought who says, okay, if you're buying a product from country A, B, C, D, then what happens to some of these trade protections? Yes, we still try as much as possible to ensure that there are some trade protections by having some excise duties, etc. However, it's not at the same level to if you have a specific, the business being traded physically. But so the essence of the digital technology is to make life easier for us, but now is making it difficult, which is now one of the arguments of the technophobes, because the technophobes believes that if you use more of technology, it's going to create a more gap in the society. With this trust issue, it means that if you're poor, you're not going to be using financial system, then you will not have access to credit, create increase in poverty, inequality, etc. Before you know it, instead of us reducing some of these barriers, but we're creating more barriers due to no trust in the system. So it's increasing the cost of digital transactions. So in the process of some of these businesses putting in place mechanisms to check all these fraudsters or cyber fraudsters, it means somebody needs to pay. Then who is going to pay? Me and you. Because whatever cost they incur in putting in place those mechanisms, they need to shift it on to the customers. Who are the customers? We are the customers. That's why you see now the cost of digital transaction is increasing. Then the last one is the job losses may make some businesses to shut down their businesses due to not having patronage anymore. And we all know when there are no jobs, that will create unemployment. If there are unemployment, that could lead to so many social vices, like even the physical crime, hijacking. Because when people don't have job, they say that idle mind is a what? Devil's workshop. So that is that. Then for how do we protect some of these entities that deploy these digital space? So small businesses protection from cyber fraud. The first thing is strong password policies. Use complex passwords and require regular changes. So when you say you're having 2, 3, because I know in an organizations, they try as much as possible, every 3 months you must change your password. It is not a matter of choice, it is a must. So if you're not changing your password, after 3 months, you will not gain access to your email. I know of some organizations like that. Every 3 months is a must. You change your password just to mitigate against these cyber fraud threats. So consider implementing multi-factor authentication for added security. We all know this. With our WhatsApp these days now, you see something like you need to two-step verification. If somebody is gaining access to your WhatsApp, for instance, I think there's this scam now going on. They will want to change your WhatsApp remotely. Then they will say there's a Zoom meeting you need to attend, and they are sending the Zoom login detail to your phone. Then you must confirm the password sent to you. So the moment you confirm that password, then they log you out of your WhatsApp, then they log into your WhatsApp, then they can scam all the contacts on your phone. So, but with these two-step verification, that can be caught because they need to confirm that it is actually the true owner before they can change the login details of that account. Keep systems updated. Ensure all software, including operating systems, applications, and antivirus programs, are regularly updated to protect against vulnerabilities. Yes. Any colleagues in the building that usually hibernate their systems? Because I'm also fan of that. If you hibernate your system most times, you hardly update your system. And if you're doing that, you're at risk of being defrauded cyberly. So we need to continue updating our systems so that if there's any new applications to assist us to or to protect us, that will be updated on our system. Cybersecurity awareness provide regular training to employees on recognizing phishing, emails, social engineering attacks, and safe online practice. Informed employees and your first line of defense. Okay, let me speak to these email phishing of a thing. We in academics, these predatory journals, they send all sorts of emails to us. Then have you questioned yourself, how do they have access to our email? Maybe you have attended one conference or the other, and they pull all the records in the registration and then begins to send these emails to you because they know you're a potential customer to them. Even though they know some of these journal outlets, they are not accredited. I don't want to say they are not good because that is debatable. They are not accredited. So, in such situation, you should be able to filter, okay, if such email is being received, you should be able to verify which one is genuine, which one is not genuine. For instance, in South Africa, if you want to know any journal outlet to publish in, I think there's this Department of Higher Education and Training accredited list. You can confirm from there, or alternatively, you check other other databases that are globally recognized, like WOS, Scopus, etc. Regular backups implement a routine of backing up data both on-site and in the cloud. This ensures you can recover quickly in a case of data breach or a ransomware attack. Affordable security solutions invest in affordable security tools such as firewalls, antivirus softwares, and intrusions. And lastly, without taking much of your time, because I can see you're looking at my face, take advantage of local business association, which Madam DVC also mentioned earlier, cybersecurity workshops or resources from government agency focused on helping small businesses improve their cybersecurity posture. Don't be an island. Work with people you're in the same industry. So if there's any update in that sector with respect to operation in the digital space, they can update you. Then at the individual level, that is for business level, utilize the password manager to create and store complex passwords for different accounts, ensuring they are unique, difficult to guess. The question is, what is the meaning of difficulty? Because some will tell you if you insert any password in any digital space, it is no longer secret. Some will tell you, no, we are hackers. We're doing this so that we can, some of those bad guys, they are called ethical hackers. Then the question is, how do we know the bad from the good? What if that good guy today is phased out of that organization? It can eventually become a bad guy. So we just need to make our password to be unique. When we say unique, let it to be alphanumeric. Password, numbers, and symbols, maybe hash, at, etc. Some say, no, I'm using underscore. Enable two-factor authentication. I think I've explained that. Refrain from accessing sensitive information or conducting financial transactions on public Wi-Fi. Most of us were used to this. When we get to the bank, maybe we quickly want to get something done, and the bank says, quickly log into our Wi-Fi to get this done. How safe is that? You may say, okay, it's my bank, it's very safe. Then who is watching that bank that you are not aware of? So if necessary, use a VPN for added security. Ensure that your operating system applications and antivirus software are regularly updated to protect against known vulnerabilities. Be cautious of unsolicited emails, especially those asking for personal information. Verify the sender and avoid clicking on suspicious links. I know there are some links, most especially if during COVID, many people were swindled because there were so many loans being offered at the ridiculous interest rates. And lastly, the takeaway from the book is that the book highlights the need for increased financial and digital literacy to empower individuals to recognize and avoid fraud. Emphasis on the necessity for robust cybersecurity legislation and enforcement mechanism to deter cyber criminals and protect consumers. And lastly, the robustness of this book lies in the combination of a case study approach, empirical findings, systematic literature review, and theoretical and conceptual concept to provide practicable solutions to mitigate cyber fraud. So the book is so robust and encompassing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Prof. May we please give him a hand of applause again? And by show of hand, I want to see who is ready to go change their passwords. Okay, you guys are not ready, right? But we should be ready to go change our password because we now understand that criminals are sitting everywhere watching us. So thank you for that book review. And I think we now also are ready to go read the book. How many of us are ready to go read the book? Thank you. And how many of us are ready to give this book as a gift to someone? Thank you. And how many of us to share this book across the world, because this book is valuable, especially now. And I think we need to even share to our children. We need to share because they are very much, they don't know these things. They are not aware. They just click, 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 and it gets us into trouble. But thank you for that. So now we have a pleasure of welcoming our distinguished authors to come and have question and answer with them, for them to tell us what really inspired this book, who proposed this relationship, because I see there's a bit of a relationship somewhere. So we'd definitely welcome our distinguished authors. I'm not sure if you want me to read their profile first. Let me do that while we are welcoming them to the front. Dr. Esther is unfortunately not with us now, so I'll read the profile of Prof. Mashiho. Prof. Marian P. Mashiho is the Executive Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Finance at TUT, Pretoria, South Africa. She began her academic career as a lecturer and has held senior positions within the university. She earned her PhD in economics from the University of Johannesburg, which focused on extending credit to the low income and poor household in business administration, specializing in higher education management. I just want to see in business management from the University, with reference to system of principles. She has completed her doctorate in business administration, specializing in higher education management from the University of Bath in the United Kingdom, which focuses on the assessment of cooperative government in the post-1994 democratic South Africa higher education sector. She has successfully supervised postgraduate students and has published various research articles in several accredited journals, both local and international. She received an Excellence Award from the South African Savings Institute and Metropolitan, which was held in the South African Reserve Bank in 2004. She further received 8 awards as Faculty Woman Researcher of the Year between 2011 and 2017 in the Faculty of Economics and Finance, TUT. May we please give her a round of applause? And may I advise all the emerging researchers, lecturers to at least be in her corner, because in her corner we will get some inspiration, right? So please, when you find us, Prof, coming to you, to your office and calling you, we are just trying to at least be closer to that corner so that we can have these awards and accolades and also grow, right? Okay, now we'll move to Prof. Malutu Fekudu Serihan. He is a professor of economics and National Research Foundation, C2 rated researcher. Currently, he is the head of the Department of Economics at the Faculty of Economics and Finance. He earned his MSc in economics from Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia in 2004, a DBA from TUT Business School in 2014, and a PhD in economics from University of Pretoria in 2015. He has successfully supervised master's and doctoral students, and he has published more than 130 articles and book chapters in the several accredited journals. He has received more than 10 accredited excellence awards in different categories since 2014. He has extensive teaching and research experience for more than 2 decades in higher education institution and 5 years experience in the industry. His research interest focuses on development issues in the sub-Saharan Africa context. He has published widely in areas related to open economy, microeconomics, international trade and finance, development, macroeconomics, and environmental factors. May we please give him a round of applause. And I also want to encourage us to be in that corner. So we have a lot of corners. You can just choose which corner you have. And I know that even Dr. Aluaton is a corner that we need to go forward. And you want me to read her profile? Or should we just get to it and get to the book, right? Let me get to the book. So you are also welcome to ask questions to get to understand what really is about the book. But I will just have a opening question, and then I will allow all of us to have different questions. But my interest and the question I wanted to... Okay, all right. I think there was a comment there. Yes, please. Yeah. Oh, you are here. Please come. Oh, no, let's give her a round of applause. How do you sit at the back when we need to? Okay, so let's read her profile now that she's here. Dr. Aluaton E. Kinbawel obtained her Bachelor of Science, BSc in Accounting from Joseph Ayo Babalola University, Ijeki, KG, Nigeria, in 2013, and her Masters of Science from Afe Babalola Ado Ekiti, Nigeria, in 2016. She worked briefly at Abud as an assistant lecturer before proceeding to Tshwane University of Technology as a doctoral candidate in 2022. She is a member of South African Institute of Business Accountants as well as a member of Nigerian Institute of Management Accountants. Currently, she is a postgraduate research fellow at the Department of Economics, Faculty of Economics and Finance. During her contribution to this scholarly book, her research field included forensic accounting, management accounting, strategic management, and accounting information. Can we please give a round of applause? And again, you can choose a corner. So you have so many corners. No excuse for us because we need to produce more research. This faculty needs to choose more research work. I'm right, Madam DVC. So after this, you will have a lot of submissions. So we thank you so much. But I would want to start with just the first question, and you can ask more questions. I'm not sure if I must sit or I must be here. But the first question I have is the inspiration behind the book. What inspired the book? And maybe we could look at who proposed this relationship. Because I'm sure a thought came into one person and then it became viral within the three of them. Yeah. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge the presence of our DVC, Research, Innovation and Engagement. We are really excited to have you around supporting this momentous event that really calls for a big hand of clap. And our distinguished guests from various universities, we just want to extend our sincere thanks for you being here. Our wonderful colleagues from TUT, the students who are here, we thank you so much for being here. Back to the question. Actually, Prof. David and the DVC are making our job very easy also. Yes, what inspired us to write this book? I must indicate, and you will agree with me, that as the executive dean, it's not a walk in the park. to do all the administrative duties and to write the book. I was dragged by these two. They came to my office. They said to me, as an economist, we want you to be part of this. And by the time they approached me to be part of the author for the book, I think I was a month and a half after completing my second PhD from the UK University of Bath. You can imagine that I was still hanging on a thin thread, very tired, but for some reason, they managed to convince me, program director, to say they need me to be part of the book. I said, okay, I can see that there's no way to hide. I must just be part of it. Am I correct?
Yes.
Then, of course, when I looked at the topic itself, I saw it fit that we should actually put something in writing, because if you look at the cyber fraud itself, it's really a critical topic, and it is a topic that affects not only South African, not only the African continent, but the global world. Okay, thank you. That will be easy for me. Yeah, and that is what we realized, that cyber fraud is actually a global problem, and it's affecting everybody. It doesn't have a color. Everybody is affected by it. But of importance, and it affects the financial institution, particularly the banking sector. And if you look at the book, it relates to the evolution of digital technology, and it continues to revolutionize the operations of the banking institutions. And when I look at this topic, I thought, because it is really affecting a lot of people, let's write something about it to enhance the awareness to the community, to the banking institutions, and to all organizations that are affected by cyber fraud, because the cyber fraud related incidences are increasing rapidly, and they are posing threat to the financial institutions, to the banks, but of importance to the unsuspecting customers. That is what is happening currently. And yes, Prof. David, you are spot on, because there's a high risk of falling victim to cyber fraud. And in your review, you mentioned that 70% of South Africans fall victim to cyber fraud. This is a very high number, a percentage of people. And I must indicate that the other thing that inspired me to write is that I almost fell victim to cyber fraud. I was just lucky, because I received a call to say someone has sent the cash sent money from your account of 5,000 rand. And those people who called me, they said to me, can you please log on to your app, and so that we can be able to stop it. And then when you look at the phone call itself, it looked legit from ABSA. It looks like the ABSA one. Luckily, in my case, I said, guys, let me just run into the bank. And they said to me, no, if you run, by the time you arrive at the bank, your money will be gone. Then I became hesitant. And then I said, no. I said to them, let me call you. They said, no, we can't drop, hold on. I ran faster than the speed of sound. I went to the bank. When I arrived at the bank, they said to me, okay, let's call the fraud department. And then they said to me, there's nothing like that. I almost lost a lot of money. So I said, why not, to these two authors? I said, okay, let's write about it. I'm not the only one. Even our family members, the community, individuals, people are prone to falling victim to this cyber fraud. And we thought also, Program Director, to your question, that these occurrences require the state-of-the-art approaches and cybersecurity frameworks that should be deployed by financial institutions to mitigate cyber fraud. Because indeed it is true that the criminals are really ahead of us. When the banking system, banking institutions, enhance their cybersecurity protective measures and systems, the fraudsters are also there, and they install the programs to steal very sensitive personal information from the banking system, from our cards, and so forth. So that is what inspired us really to write this book, to say we need to conscientize the community, we need to conscientize individuals. Actually, I was telling them to say, if it was possible, we needed to put something in writing in vernacular so that other people can be able to read, to say this is what, because it's not everyone who will understand this English that is in this book. But then you'll agree with me to say a lot of you have been exposed to this, or else your families, somebody that you know that is closer to you has been victim to cyber fraud. So I will pause there. I don't know if the
colleagues
want to
comment on the inspiration and the proposer. We haven't gotten the main one who really proposed.
This is very holy marriage, very holy one. It's the inspiration is just seeing potential in people. Prof. Mashigo, she saw a potential in me while I'm just a script marker in the department. Okay? Someone who just invited to mark scripts and read someone's CV and see, can you work with us? That is really a quality of leadership. So when she see a potential in me, it's also my time to see potential in others. So when Dr. Esther became my doctoral student, I can see potential in her. She's a mother, has husband, she has to cook, and it was COVID. Then I can see now she is delivering while even sometimes from the sick bed. I see, this is a potential we can use. Then she finished her doctoral study within a record of time with 7 publications. I think this requires a round. I never saw a doctoral student who published 7 articles as part of the doctoral thesis. So then I say, okay, now, Dr. Esther, you are a doctor now. Let's continue. Then I need someone who supports also. Because when you write a book, you may not come to office all the time. You see, sometimes you work overnight and fall asleep. Then there must be a boss who understands your condition. So, Prof, I was reading, I was reviewing, I was commenting on those things. Then today, I'm not coming. So this is in academic. Academic freedom and academic world must be so flexible so that people can generate knowledge. So then we initiated this project, and eventually we got a support from DVC. Really, I want to acknowledge her support as, this book is open access book. You don't need to buy. If you buy, you support us. You support the publisher. But the book is accessible online. It's an open access book. It's because of the generous support we got from the DVC. Even the symposium and book launches happened because the book also lies in our research niche area, which was lucky to receive $500,000 from the DVC again. So, when the environment is allowing you, you can do anything. Even the sky is not the limit. So we have been working, and now you can see the fruit. And we are still not saturated. We can go ahead. As we speak to you now, our second book is also coming soon. Let me invite Dr. Ista just to give us some details. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be standing on the already established protocol, and I'll proceed to speaking about the book. The book titled Understanding and Mitigating Cyber Fraud came into reality from the perception that cyber fraud is a problem confronting virtually all the sectors of the economy globally. And in order to solve a problem, there's a need to understand that problem, and which made us to put understanding. When you get details about a problem, it becomes easy to solve it. And that was why we put understanding and mitigating. So in order to mitigate cyber fraud, there must be an in-depth understanding of what cyber fraud is all about. And from this book, we spoke about fraud. And from there, we looked into cyber fraud as a form of fraud, confronting, in fact, everyone is a victim of this. If not you, your friend, or your relation, just like Dean has said. So, and I believe that this book will provide solution to cyber fraud if properly implemented. Thank you.
Now we know the marriage is how you make sure that you structure the marriages, because in the marriage there must be the boss, so that when you're late for work, they understand, right? So I want us to, from this discussion, can we also formulate some marriages that will produce books? Not only marriages that produces other things, but books. Thank you so much for that detailed explanation, and how then the book has been a journey of trusting each other, of collaborating, of seeing potential, because you can really understand how that has produced this book. I just want to check if there's no one with a question, because thank you so much. I'll quickly run to you.
Good morning, everyone. Villa de Ruyter, Corporate Affairs and Marketing. I would like to congratulate the authors. I think it's a mammoth task that you completed there. It's a very relevant topic, having been a victim. Thank you. I just want to make a suggestion. I don't have a question. As far as the vernacular is concerned, there might be an opportunity for a partnership with the Faculty of Humanities, with the Center for Language Practice, to identify certain chapters that are important to the public to know and to translate them. It might be a good practice for those students as well for their work integrated learning.
Thank you so much. We see that this book is now in Tonga. My mother can read it. Thank you. Which other language are we starting with? Or are we going to just do the 11 languages? I need the commitment. At least Moreki is here. We have our Moreki, right? Moreki is someone who finances the project. So you need to respect that person. And when they are there, you need to communicate the needs indirectly so that the budget can be increased. Yeah. So thank you so much. Which other languages do we want to cover? The 11 official languages in South Africa, but I understand that this book is an African context. So we might need to also we need to find other Morekis here. The budget needs to be bigger, but thank you so much. I want to see any other question, and thank you for that comment. Now we have another commitment here at the back. I'll quickly run. Maybe I should send my daughter to do this exercise. Maybe that's why I got her here to help me.
Greetings, everyone. I wanted to take an opportunity to thank the authors, everyone who was involved in the book. As a victim of cyberbullying, cyber fraud, I would really love to appreciate, and I'm ready to read the book. It is just a comment, and I really appreciate the fact that as a victim, I can be able to know and learn something about cyber fraud so that in the future, I can make better decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. And I can attest I've been a victim of cyber criminals twice, not even once. So I can understand. Twice bitten. Oh, but luckily I didn't lose money. I just lost my Facebook account. I guess I lost money because my Facebook account was huge. So yeah, any other question? Before we have a wrap-up question from my side, just for us to get to understand and know what is in the book. What are those interesting findings, misconceptions that during the writing of the book you had to cover and uncover, and in terms of the African context, so you can just comment on that question. Okay, not my mind.
You know, what we found is that, yes, cyber fraud incidences are so many, and they are increasing at a faster speed. But we found that we really needed to put it there to conscientize individuals about the types, because everybody is talking about I was a victim, but there are several forms of cyber fraud that are very common. So that is what we found about the commonality of these cyber fraud forms, because it happens to you, but you are unable to understand and explain what is this. The most common ones that we found are phishing, yeah? And that is the most common one, because what criminals are doing, or the fraudsters, they use false claims and messages. I mean, you know about these ones. And to a certain extent, they disguise themselves as representatives of financial institutions. We know those, but this is what we found to be the common ones. And then people tend to fall a victim to those. And then we looked again, and what we found is that the malware is another one, yeah, that is very common, because we needed to classify and understand what is this. So malware is when fraudsters they install illegal files and programs into the system to steal very sensitive information from financial institutions. But the other one is the skimming. Normally, when you go to withdraw money or deposit money at the ATM, you don't see this hidden camera. They put those hidden cameras. You understand? So people know about those, but you don't know how to classify all this. And then that camera is the one that will record your sensitive information. It records your PIN number, and then they steal your information. That is why I think Prof. David spoke to the fact that even if the banks investigate, the chances of you getting back your money are very slim, or if not 0-0. So we found out that these are the incidences that are happening, but what do we call them? So then we needed to find the hacking. People know there is hacking, but you may not actually know the extent of the hacking, because it compromises digital devices. And what the fraudsters do, they look at the weaknesses of the banking system, and that is what they do. They hack it so that they steal information. So I'm sure my co-authors will also contribute to some of the things that we found. So we thought that we should put it in the book so that people can understand. If this happens to you, you know already that you have been schemed. Then this is what happened to me, and you lose your money. And of importance also, we found out that the people like ourselves, yourself, we tend to give people our cards, our children, we trust them, but to what extent do you trust them? And then you give them their PIN number, personal identification number, and the children go to the ATM and the money is gone. And more often you fight with your child only to find that he was not even privy to these cameras that are hidden in the ATM. So it's a lot. If you read into the book, you'll see a lot of findings about cyber fraud incidences. Yeah.
Just maybe closing remarks, and then we cut it because I failed when it comes to time. So I'm assessing myself, but we will improve. There's a room for improvement. So, Prof, just closing remarks, what do you expect the book to communicate, and what is the way forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Initially, this book was titled as Digital Economy and Its Consequences. And eventually, the editors, also the reviewers and the publisher also, because there was a lot of issue about cyber fraud. Then this topic eventually came. We have a niche area, research niche area about inclusive economic development in Africa, in South Africa. Then financial inclusion is one of the topic we have been working. So when we talk about financial inclusion and digitalization, cyber fraud comes as a central problem. So the book can be a sort of eye-opener for community, individuals, business firms, governments, international trading partners, and to understand the severity of cyber fraud in Africa. Africa, when we talk about Africa, we have very little resource which we spend on infrastructure, for example, big infrastructure. It can be hydroelectric dams. Then imagine after spending millions of dollars, then you are a poor country, after spending millions, billions of dollars and subject to cyber fraud, it's a complete loss for the nation. So we want to create awareness, especially the importance of financial literacy, economic literacy, and in general, in economics, we have two types of transactions, digital transaction and also voluntary and involuntary. Cyber fraud is involuntary transaction without protocol of terms and conditions. So this really creates a problem in the economy. Identity theft is a major problem in South Africa. Last time, one of the guys told me, I found myself married. So imagine he never saw his wife and he's already married. And the Home Affairs confirmed that you are married to X and Y. So it's not really a minor issue. It's a major, major problem, and we need to be aware of as a society, as academics also, and especially our students. You are the future, and you need to be aware of this fact. Thank you, Program Director. Dr. Istad, can you just say some few, especially the content? This content is not just, by the way, we are not editors of this book. We are the authors. Editing a book is simple, other thing. But we wrote the book as it is, 15 chapters. Okay? So just say a few words.
I'll just add a few words to Ardini and Prof. has given details, so I'll just add 2 or more lines. So these cyber fraud perpetrators, they are dynamic in their ways. And the most the only way to combat or mitigate the cyber fraud is go dynamic, so that we can actually meet our objectives. And I think that is the summary of the book. And I believe the book also provides those dynamic ways in which we can combat cyber fraud.
Thank you so much. The book was not edited, it was authored, not by ChatGPT, by the minds of the wisdom tanks that we see. Can we please give them another round of applause? And can we acknowledge that our mothers back at home, our children back at home, and everyone around us needs this book? And can we share? And we are happy that this book is not something we pay. Obviously, if you are generous, pay towards the next book. But please share this book. There's no excuse to not share the book. So for me, because I'm a program director, I always get the privilege. I host a podcast. I call the podcast Numbers Don't Lie. So you can find it on YouTube. But we're on episode 4, so we're still a very small, struggling podcast, but the information gets spread. So I want to invite the authors to my podcast so that we share the book. So that's my request, because I'm a program director. I get the privilege to request. So my next guest are the authors. Thank you so much.
Sorry, program director, there was a comment by, I don't know if it's a student.
Yeah.
May we determine if you're a student? Can you come here? I need to do something.
Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, I want to hand over the book free to the student, because she promised to read the book. It was meant to be mine, but it's okay. I'm giving it to her.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm not sure we hand out the thank you gift. Prof, do we hand out the thank you gifts now or later? Yeah. Later. Okay, we'll hand out the gift. Are you all still here? Because I have a promise as well to say the active participant will walk away with a gift, but from like there. So we are all still here. So can we come back just in 15 minutes so that we can pass? We can't go home failing on time. So I just want to confirm, what time is 15 minutes? It's exactly 11, so it's actually 14 minutes. Let's come back at 11 so that we can at least go home. We have passed on time. Thank you so much, colleagues. Can we settle down so we can get to change the gears and get to this side of the event, which is more engaging? Colleagues, can we have the door closed? Thank you so much. So now we are shifting the gears. We are getting to the symposium, where we are looking at economic growth dynamics in post-apartheid South Africa, challenges and prospects. And we are sitting here knowing that we are 30 years post-democracy. So it means we need to reflect and see how did we move in terms of cyber fraud, and where can we then position ourselves, especially because we have our children. This is a generational course we are planting. And how do we then, as academics, as professionals, do we shape the future? So that is what we are focusing on. And as we explore the economic growth dynamics of post-apartheid South Africa, we must also examine the critical role of digital security in protecting and promoting our economic prosperity. Financial security is integral to sustain growth, and without it, we face a risk of both national economics and opportunities for individuals to thrive. So now I'll welcome Dr. Rasinghen Maharaj, who is the Chief Director at IERI at TUT, to give us an introductory remarks on the theme of the symposium. Thank you so much, Doc.
So, still, good morning, everyone. Yeah? Good morning. Thanks so much to the organizers for including me on the program. I really appreciate it. Yeah? But mainly, congratulations to, as we heard, the authors for the publication of their book itself. I'm going to, as indicated by the program director, and for some of you that know my profile, saying shifting gears is quite a loaded concept. I'm just wondering who recognizes what I just said. Yeah. But I want to offer you a few remarks about what I was encouraged by our head of department, Professor Zerwin, to speak about economic growth dynamics in post-apartheid South Africa. And in this, I really want to link with the comments made by Dr. Esther when she was on the platform. Brilliant. The importance of understanding our context is absolutely critical to not only how we appreciate where we are, but also towards us finding solutions to the problems that confront us. Our contemporary conjuncture, colleagues, I'm just wanting to make 4 main points, presents to us many challenges. Amongst the challenges are the question of data, and this is not what you press a button on an electronic device and goes. When I say data, I mean information that we have gathered through scholarly investigation, done the work to validate the quality of that data, and because of us publishing it from higher education, it becomes the facts that society works from. So us misspecifying then results in numerous problems in the real economy, the political economy, and for all of us. I hope you're seeing what I'm underlining here. Sometimes when we criticize what's happening outside, we must look at ourselves in the mirror as having contributed to that problem by us not having done as hard work as the colleagues that wrote the book have done to present us with a better picture of what's taking place. Yeah. But I heard, as I came in, as an example, someone very flippantly said, we have 60 million people in this country. Can I ask, where's the data source? Why? This is a contestable fact. Our statistical agency has told us of a nearly 30% undercount in our census data. We need to do much more work to get an accurate number of our population. Where are they? Yeah. Saying that we have 3 mobiles is a good idea. But remember, we still pay as you go. You can have 15 million phones, but if you haven't paid your account, you are not connected. Yeah? So knowing these demographic facts throws challenges to us. We really need to embrace that and work with it as well. That leads me to the second point about economic data itself. If we have a problem with how many of us constitute South Africa, remember, our measurement at its highest stylized level is GDP per capita. What does this tell us if we don't know the per capita number? Now, let me ask the question on the other side of that number, gross domestic product. How confident are we in what's published as an indication of what South Africa's labor generates? And again, I pose this question because we've had numerous challenges about the levels of informality, the levels at which real South Africans survive under our present circumstances, that are not necessarily captured in the official data of the country. Again, that's a challenge to us, and I'm really glad we are responding to it. But I want to encourage, there's much more for us to do around this. We need to know specifically what is unemployment and what is underemployment. These are 2 distinct concepts, and they specifically speak to the challenges confronting our country as a whole. Why? We have the youngest population continentally in global systems. Our young population currently, unless radical transformations are brought about, are consigned to and underemployment in the system. Why? Again, if I were to ask you, how many enterprises are there in South Africa? What would your answer be? Yeah. If I were to ask you, what is the split between the state sector and private enterprises? What would we say? These are serious problems facing us, colleagues, and that's why we need a stronger Department of Economics, a stronger Faculty of Economics and Finance, and more work like what's been produced. Because this influences our socioeconomic analysis. We need to understand actually how poverty is not only created, how it's reproduced, because that's our circumstances. While we may love to say we want prosperity, we have to know where we are starting from. We are not near prosperity. While I say that, South Africa remains the most unequal country in the world. At the level of wealth inequity, our current number is 0.82 Gini. At 1, that means one person owns everything. At 0.82, it tells you how much the top 10% of earners in South Africa have at their disposal relative to the 90% that survives on approximately 10% of the wealth of this country. That's our objective realities. Inside that, we have environmental degradation and we have ecological precarity. Yeah, we know this. You see it all around us. Yeah? And I would say the 4th point is that we are in an age of polycrises. Why this is so important and why it touches on what's been raised in the book, and I must admit, colleagues, I've not read the full text, but I now have a copy. And after listening to this morning, I will definitely read through all of it, yeah? But what do we mean when we say we're in a polycrisis? That means we no longer live in an era where we can discern single items that generate problems. All the items are interpolated in such a way that changes to a small aspect influences the whole. And those escalate. Now, this poses challenges to those that do equilibria-based analysis based on computer programs that were not developed to deal with such issues. Yeah? So we need to bring from our qualitative studies improvements in how we do quantitative studies. And I really hope under Professor Zerouan's leadership that the department also rises to that challenge. No single issues. And that means something about the way in which you do a lot of what gets done at econometric level. We need to be very aware of the challenges of techno-determinism. Yeah. Throwing technology at people is not a problem solver. Solving the problem and allowing people to utilize technology is. And that's what I really see also emerging. So by way of concluding these comments, and I hope it's given you a sense also about where we are at present. Yeah. We are 30 years since a democratic breakthrough. In many instances, we may not have fulfilled our promise of generating the national democratic society we should be in already. Yeah. Because of that, and especially the challenges, as we heard mentioned, around issues of the digital space, we demand better regulatory institutions. But for us to have that, the public sector has to have the capacity, capability, and competence to do it. You all know this. The private sector outspends the public sector when it comes to this issue. We also know the high levels of corruption globally. Colleagues, I share with you that those facts and features cross over each other. Yeah. In other words, there's a strong linkage between us having a weak state and having endemic corruption. Yeah? That includes whether they're taking your money without you knowing or not. Yeah? It was shocking at the end of last week to hear the Commissioner of the South African Reserve Service, Revenue Service, thanks, yeah? Tell us that it's a problem that we have so many numbers attached to our names that they can't then trace if you are fully employed earning a grant or not. This is 30 years. What have we built that's allowed us to continue such a system that's robbing us of critical resources to solve the problems that we are challenged? So on that very pessimistic note, I hope that it provides sufficient grounds for us entering into a symposium about the dynamics that we now experience. I do hope that the work that Professor Zerwin and colleagues have contributed adds value to the research, knowledge, praxis, policy cycles, and through that improves the performance of all of us. Maybe then we'll have the possibilities of prosperity for all as well. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, Doc.
It's a token of appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. And now we also need we're still here. All right. Thank you so much. So now we are moving to the keynote speech, which will be given by Prof. Hendrik Bolman, who is from UP and is ESA immediate past president. I'll just quickly read his profile. Professor Hendrik Bolman is currently Associate Professor in the Department of Economics at University of Pretoria, where he specializes in the development and application of dynamic computable general equilibrium models for practical policy research. Prof. Bolman is also Research Director of the Micro Modeling Group at the Partnership for Economic Policy and serves on the Executive Committee of the Economic Society of South Africa. He holds a PhD in economics from Monash University in Melbourne, Australia. Can we please give a round of applause as we welcome Professor? Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm going to do it old school, no slides. I'm just going to read my story to you, all right? So, all right. And apologies that I will more or less read it to you, because otherwise I will screw it up. So here we go. So good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. First of all, let me start with congratulations to the authors and everyone involved. I know it's usually many more people involved, both in front and behind of the scenes, and getting a big project like this to the finish line. So congratulations to all of you. It is really an important and significant piece of work. All right, so on that note, thank you for the invitation to speak to you today in my capacity as the immediate past president of the Economic Society of South Africa on this important theme and topic of economic growth dynamics. The title of my talk today is, and I'm quite pleased to see how it fits in with what has been done and said today already. The theme of my title is Rebuilding Trust, Social Capital and Institutions, a prerequisite for economic growth and prosperity. Full disclosure, I am not a typical macro growth economist that produces the type of research outputs my colleagues presenting after me today will impress you with. But I am someone genuinely interested in the performance of our macroeconomy, the determinants thereof, and how we can ensure that even though we are all dead in the long run, that as each generation passes, it does so having lived a longer, healthier, and more prosperous life than the one before. As an applied general equilibrium modeler myself, I'm often confronted with the task of quantifying how certain interventions are likely to impact the economy and its people at all levels. In the process, I've also learned how pivotal the role of institutions, and in particular trust and social capital, the topic of my talk today, are in the success of many policies. It is the invisible glue that, as the Nobel Prize winners in our field this year have so aptly proven through their work, truly makes the difference in our ability to achieve that elusive goal of a better life for all. Little over a year ago, my address at the 2023 ESO conference, and by the way, you're all invited to the 2025 conference that will be in Cape Town, and that will be the centenary conference for our economic society. So my address at that conference highlighted a number of worrying trends our economy had exhibited in the last decade or two. Depending on your level of optimism towards the Government of National Unity, or GNU, you may argue that not much has changed or that everything has changed. I think it is true, though, as various surveys have hinted at, that many South Africans are feeling as chipper about the economy and the country's outlook in general as they have in many years. However, it makes it of immense importance that this increased optimism be harnessed and translated into tangible and positive economic results during the current administration's term. For I don't think South Africans can or will take more in terms of their hopes being dashed by another round of all talk and no show. Voters may just take a populist turn for the worst, if that is the case, with consequences of the unwanted sort likely to follow. So just to remind those who perhaps missed my talk last September on the headwinds our economy have been facing for well over a decade, and the size of the hole we need to dig ourselves out of. Please allow me to regurgitate some of those facts. As we all know, and as I've previously discussed, and as we've heard again already this morning, our institutions took a hammering during the state capture era. This is reflected in virtually every ranking and indicator of the quality of our institutions, global competitiveness, and state capacity, not to mention our country's credit rating. At a macroeconomic level, the damage of our institutional challenges can in turn be traced across virtually all socio-economic indicators. Three important indicators stand out in my opinion: real GDP per capita, real investment spend, and unemployment. I also want to discuss a fourth, trust, in the context of my talk today. Having peaked in 2013, both real GDP per capita and real gross fixed capital formation, those are the fancy name, of course, for investment, are, a decade later, tracking below their respective values in 2007. So let that sink in, right? we are poorer today than we were 16 years ago. And can you remember the backlog we were already talking about in terms of developmental needs 16 years ago? And yet we've gone backwards. The official unemployment rate has risen from 22% to a world record 33%, with the expanded unemployment rate now well over 40%. A staggering 2/3 of all youths are unemployed today. In total, the number of unemployed and discouraged work seekers combined increased from approximately 5.5 million people to more than 11 million people over the last 15 years. And here's a staggering comparison. That number, that's now well over 11 million people, represents more than the combined number of unemployed people in the US, the UK, and Germany combined. Right? Yeah, in our little nook, our little country, there are more unemployed people in those countries combined. A rather shocking statistic. To get a clearer picture of how bad things have been, we also need to check how we have been doing relative to some of our peers. Let's start with some useful, if I can pronounce it, benchmark countries, and go back a little bit further to the year 2000. Using World Bank data for GDP per capita and constant 2015 US dollar terms, our largest trading partners outside of Africa, China, the United States, and Germany, have all shown us a clean pair of heels. The average Chinese at the end of 2022 was about 2.5 times richer in real terms than in 2007, and more than 5 times richer if we go back to 2000. Americans, coming off a high base already, 10 times that of South Africa in 2000 in terms of GDP per capita, are now 29% richer than they were in 2000. The average German, like the average South African, is 25% richer today than in 2000, but unlike South Africa, has not regressed in recent years, but shown steady growth throughout and, of course, started from a much higher base too. Just to put the Chinese number and accounting controversies aside, in perspective, in 2000, the average Chinese was only 46% as rich as the average South African. Today, that picture is reversed, with the average South African only half as rich as the average Chinese. A look at the comparative growth rates in manufacturing between our countries helps us understand how this happened. While South Africa's real gross value added by the manufacturing sector has grown by only 26% since 2000, much like GDP, all of this growth happened up to 2013. Since 2014, there has been a declining trend, with manufacturing output in real terms a fair bit lower today than it was a decade ago. Utilization of production capacity in the manufacturing sector has not been above 85% since 2008. In contrast, China's manufacturing sector has gone from strength to strength. Some of our African competitors have made similarly remarkable strides since 2000. Rwanda has nearly tripled its GDP per capita. Kenya is up 48%, and our neighbors Namibia and Botswana are up 41% and 35% respectively. Now, before we say, but remember those are small countries coming off a low base, and indeed they are, so too was South Africa when compared to the US, and they have managed to widen the gap over the last 2 decades. Underpinning these numbers seem to be mainly productivity and investment performance and the necessary policy and regulatory environment that influence them. Investment spending, or gross fixed capital formation as it's more formally known, must be emphasized. A decade and change ago, when the National Development Plan was released to great fanfare, real investment spend at 2015 prices stood at roughly 750 billion rand, or 18% of GDP. The NDP set a target of upping investment to 30% of GDP by 2030, of which public infrastructure investment alone would contribute 10%. Today, despite those much-hyped presidential investment summits, Investment sits at below 685 billion rand in real terms and a mere 15% of GDP. Now, how do we rectify this? How do we restore what has been lost? How do we get from A, years stuck in the mud spinning our wheels, to B, a world in which South Africa lives up to its potential by allowing its people to reach theirs? Why have so many planned reforms aimed at boosting growth and employment and investment failed to gain much traction? We in this room know it all comes down to institutions in one way or another. But institutions is a broad concept, and in order to get to be and stay there, we'll need to do more than prove over and over again that they are indeed important for growth. What I think we need to do more of is work towards better understanding not just how to put better institutions in place and what those should look like, but how to protect the good ones that are already in place. That is, we need to better understand how, in a democracy, good institutions can be undermined, bent and broken to the benefit of a few and at the expense of many. Whilst many institutions, especially the good ones, are quite persistent, it is clear that the status quo can never be taken for granted. And so we need to work as hard on protecting them as building them. Once they are lost, as some countries can attest, it may be a long time before they come back, if ever. Now, given all of this, the topic I want to briefly explore today a bit more is the role of trust and social capital within the broader ambit of institutions, and how it may contribute to South Africa finding its way back to a path of growth and prosperity. Whilst much harder to measure than typical measures of well-being, such as GDP, trust and social capital have become increasingly recognized as important aspects in society that can help it achieve higher standards of living. It is also, in my view, a key missing ingredient in South Africa required for it to successfully implement many of the reforms needed to achieve large-scale socio-economic improvement. The rankings that are available show extremely low levels of institutional and interpersonal trust in South Africa, placing us in the bottom third of countries surveyed globally, similar to many of the global competitiveness index rankings you may have seen. As Jan Algan discussed in his chapter on trust and social capital that was part of a recent OECD publication, these concepts matter enormously, not just directly but also indirectly as part of that invisible institutional glue that makes societies function more efficiently and more equally. I think in South Africa this plays a more important role than in most countries. There are, of course, different types of trust, and given South Africa's checkered past, it is no surprise that both interpersonal trust and trust in institutions have suffered enormously. As is becoming increasingly clear from the literature, its impacts on the economy can no longer be ignored. And that is, of course, where cyber fraud comes in as part of this broader issue. In the section on trust in institutions and social and economic progress, Algan highlights the positive relationship between trust and citizen support of government policy, as well as various other key socioeconomic indicators ranging from FDI to subjective well-being. Whilst a healthy mix of accountability, scrutiny and skepticism towards our political leaders helps keep democracies strong, trust in the institutions that underpin them are essential for the survival of democracy itself. Waves of populism or political upheaval around the world are often closely linked, rightly or wrongly, to episodes of mistrust in institutions or the people behind them. What has complicated matters enormously in this regard is the role of social media and spread of misinformation by those with hidden agendas who seek to profit from the deliberate sowing of mistrust. And again, linking to cyber fraud, taking advantage of these holes in our institutional quality comes in. Striking a balance between protecting freedom of speech and regulating or judging the quality and honesty of such speech will be an ongoing headache for policymakers and voters around the world for many years to come. Following from this is the notion that a key ingredient of interpersonal trust is the belief that others will behave in a fair and cooperative way. The role of institutions is crucial to strengthen cooperation. This is a real policy lever to build trust in the short run by improving the integrity and transparency of institutions. If we think of how key government institutions were abused during the apartheid era, and more recently during the state capture era, there's certainly a lot of scope for improvement in this area, and something the current GNU needs to tackle as a matter of urgency. However, in order to act sensibly, we must be able to measure these things accurately, and therein lies another dimension to this problem I will get back to in a minute. Governments need the trust of people to successfully address current and future policy challenges and to be able to convince the public about the efficacy and necessity of certain, in some cases, a priori unpopular policy choices. For example, trust in institutions like the central bank during times of high inflation that may require higher than usual interest rates come to mind. As does the proposed energy transition that will see the powerful and established fossil fuel sector having to at least partly make room for the cleaner and more sustainable renewable energy sector. Big changes, understandably, scare people, even if they are largely understood to be good or necessary changes. By trusting the institutions tasked with managing the areas in which such big changes occur, a better outcome at the end of the day is more likely. If trust is damaged, any change will likely be met with resistance. Interpersonal trust is an equally important factor for economic growth and development. The loss of such trust has been shown in the literature to help explain enduring economic crises in some parts of the world, including South Africa. More needs to be done to understand the complex world of trust, social capital, and institutions, and in a South African context, how they can be rebuilt in a world where trust has been violated too many times. And to add fuel to the fire, some actors often see value in unjustly further undermining the little trust there is for personal gain. South Africa and its GNU needs a win. And the only win that will help restore trust is consistent overperforming. Time is ticking. Some institutions seem to have gotten the memo, like Eskom. No load shedding for how long has it been now? 6 months? But as they say, a swallow doesn't make a summer, and they've got a lot to do to repair 15 years of heartache and load shedding. But many other key institutions remain mired in controversy and incompetence. Who would you rather call or go to in an emergency if you had a choice? The police or your private security company? The public clinic or hospital or the private hospital? Many have no choice. Measuring trust, social capital, and the quality of institutions is not an easy task. However, it must be done. As is clear from the literature, insufficient measurement of non-monetized capital, such as human, social, and natural capital, will lead policymakers to ignore it and to invest insufficient resources to protect it. Inadequate investment to cushion shocks, for instance in social safety nets, means that the social capital and well-being of generations could be lost forever. We need better measures of trust at higher frequencies with better geographic coverage and based on more representative samples in order to analyze how trust is affected by shocks, how it can be preserved, and how relevant policies can restore and reinforce it. And on that note, think of, for example, the just energy transition I mentioned, and how trust in a specific location like in Mpumalanga might look different to other areas, right? If this is not done and policymakers do not adequately respond to the need to establish sufficient trust before attempting to implement policy changes, understanding that complete trust will never be possible, many good ideas may end up with the bathwater. E-tolls was probably a good idea if you believe in the user pay principle. But the timing of its introduction, coinciding with high levels of distrust in the authorities, made it an easy target for one of the most successful civil disobedience campaigns. On a bigger scale, although facing very different dynamics, the need for decarbonization has run into similar problems of trust. A combination of factors, including poor messaging and perceptions of hypocrisy by the West towards developing countries, now risks environmental catastrophe for future generations as the planet continues to warm at record pace. So just as I concluded my address last year with an urgent call to those in the room to not underestimate the long-term damage that has been inflicted on our economy since the state capture era, to hold our leaders accountable, and to fight for the building and protection of good institutions, I now call on all researchers, policymakers, and leaders alike to not underestimate the role of trust and social capital in getting us out of this multidimensional mess. Or as Dr. Maharaj perhaps more eloquently put it, the poly-crisis. There is too much at stake, and without trust in our institutions and the good people behind them, our chances of solving the problems of economic growth, inequality, climate change, the list goes on, are virtually zero. There are many nuanced aspects of trust that deserve our attention as researchers, at both a macro and micro level. And I hope to see many more discussions, papers, and PhD dissertations from our next generation on these topics in coming years. I trust in you. So let's get cracking. Thank you.
Really, last year in our ESA conference, Economic Society of South Africa, we had very inspiring. That's why I attempted to invite you this day. I think you became a
Thank you so much, and we appreciate the fact that we have the #1 keynote speaker. And the last comment was he trusts on us to produce those papers, to go down and understand what can we do, what can we add to understand the concept. So we are trusted colleagues. Now let's produce. So we are going to move now to the presentation #1, which is on digital economy in stimulating economic growth in South Africa, which is presented by Prof. Ole Lekan David. Again, Prof, you are welcome.
For that thought. Yes, thank you for that thought-provoking keynote speech. Let me see right there. And also, Professor Bowman, I love that SDG emblem. Thank you so much for that. And before delving into my presentation today, yes, earlier today, I actually talked about cyber fraud. Well, my area of research, thank you. Maybe because I'm using the PowerPoint, that's why I have to use the mic. So my area of research has been on digital economics, and I was given the title Digital Economy in Stimulating Economic Growth in South Africa. So the question is digital economy actually stimulating growth in South Africa? Because earlier on we said if we are operating in digital space, we are at risk of fraud. So where is the growth coming from? So in the process of researching in this area, let me just give you a little background. Earlier before now, sometimes around late 2000s, we struggled to measure digitalization. So I'll be using digitalization and digital economy interchangeably in this presentation. So we struggled to measure, but as time goes by, we're able to see some indicators where we proceed digital economy or digitalization. Then I ask myself, if we're talking about digital economy and economic growth, these are two key themes in these title. Where do they fall in SDG? Because I had one politician that said, if you want to solve any economic problem, let the SDG to be where you can draw inspiration from, because there's no problem you want to solve that is not within that cycle. So now, I said, okay, if we're looking at digitalization and growth, goal number 8, which is talking about decent work and economic growth. And the target in that, there are several targets in that goal number 8, which is target 8.1, which says sustain per capita economic growth in accordance with national circumstances, and in particular, at least 7% gross domestic product. Are we achieving that? I think that is over-ambitious target. Per annum in the least developed countries. And the second one, which is goal number 9, which is on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and that target that is related to these is target 9.C. And it says significantly increase access to information and communication technology. So digitalization or digital economy still revolves around ICT, information and communication technology. That is, if we have smooth communication, that is going to improve our economic activities. If I can communicate with you easily, we should be able to make some transaction that will lead to economic activities, then boosting the growth. It could be in terms of agriculture, tourism, transport, etc. So the title given to me revolves around goal number 8 and goal number 9. So let me quickly delve into some of the key concepts, or let me say some concept in this title, digital economy. What do we mean by digital economy? By definition, we say the digital economy refers to the economic activities that are driven by digital technologies, that is the internet and use of data. And in the digital economy, businesses and individuals engage in various online activities such as e-commerce, digital services, digital media, online advertising, cloud computing, and data analytics. These days, while we are busy surfing the internet, you may be even in your toilet, somebody will be bringing business to you. Somebody will be bringing business. You don't need to go out. So it's so easy now to make transactions anywhere, everywhere, anytime. And I don't know of you, which we're so addicted to our phone these days. Even when we wake up, the first thing is we want to check our latest update in terms of our emails or WhatsApp messages. Was there any whatever? Because I can remember there was a time I was involved in a project where my collaborators were in 3 different continents where we have different time zones. So, and we're working in real time. Sometimes I may be sleeping while they are reporting into the database we're working. So immediately I wake up, I quickly check what is the update. So that shows how we're so glued to the digital environment, and that is actually speeding up the business activities, and that actually helps some countries to leapfrog the growth stages or development stages as being propounded by the roasters. You know, there are different stages of development. So with technology now, you can actually jump some certain stages of development. So it involves the production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services that are facilitated or conducted through digital platforms, networks, and devices. So what is economic growth saying? It's what all of us, we know what economic growth means. So I'm just trying to be very elementary. So economic growth describes a rise in the production of goods and services in a country or region over a particular period. It is the increase in the value of a country's economic output. So meaning it has to do with production. So with the aid of technology, we are supposed to be able to improve our production. So the question is, are we actually using this digital technology for production? Example, most especially the Gen Zs. We're so much glued to TikTok these days. Instagram, yes, people use some of those social media platforms for economic activities. The question is, what is the quantum of those people that are using digital technology for economic activities? Then the question now is, what is the link between economic growth and digital technology, or we can see digitalization, not just in developed world, because we all know in developed world, most especially in the global north, it is, in fact, there are some empirical studies that said that as the economic activities is increasing, definitely digital technology, investment in digital technology will be increasing. And in terms of the direction of causality between these two terms, it is actually running from economic growth to digitalization, because at that point they have reached the peak of investment in digitalization. However, if there's a need for more to improve their economic growth, then they need to increase their digitalization level. But in third world countries or developing countries like South Africa, what is the case? And most especially in Africa. When we talk of Africa today, we're actually referring to South Africa and a few other countries. There's no lie about that. Because if the worth of African economy is around, I think about 1.6 trillion or thereabout, then South Africa is having $360 billion. That is close to 20% of the whole African, most especially sub-Saharan African countries' economic worth. So whatsoever we're seeing about South Africa today, we can say we can mirror that to other African countries. So it is usually measured as the percentage increase in the country's real or nominal gross domestic product, though there are different arguments surrounding this in terms of what is the proper measure of economic growth. Some will say, no, when you're using the nominal value, what happens to the price level? What happens to the inflation level? Then some say, no, you need to embed the inflationary level for you to get the real value of the GDP by decomposing the nominal GDP against the price level. So let's move straightly into the background. So the intricacy of modern society and the significant transformation of human and economic needs amid globalization inevitably prompt countries to invest in innovation. As said by one of the theorists in growth, the Schumpeter, he believes that it is not actually the system of government that is being practiced that determines the growth and development of a country, but what is the plan for innovation in that economy. Then when we refer to innovation, then issue of technology comes to mind. Then you can now streamline it down to digital technology. Though there are some other studies like factors in technology as one of the factors of growth, that of the Solos, even the Roma. So they are technological to cope with the ever-changing needs and remain relevant in the international community. The globalization drive of the 1990s, yes. Many economy needs to open. Yes, China was closed. we need to make the whole world to be a global village where there's no restriction. Then there's this, no, we need to inculcate digitalization to make economies closer to each other. So the globalization drive of the 1990s led to further discussion to expand digital economy policies, where issues around digital technology, liberalization became policy direction for most economies. So before 1990s, most digital space in terms of the operation is being determined by the public sector. But now we're trying to move away from the government-owned telcos operator to privately owned operator, most especially in some of our country. And you can see towards the early 2000, majority of African countries begins to invest massively in these digital technologies. That's when we experience massive penetration of mobile phone. You see MTN, Vodacom going different borders to invest. So digitalization will assist in closing the gap between the global south and the north in terms of public governance and administration. And one of the empirical study opined that digitalization will influence economic growth and development positively. So the breakout of COVID-19 also let us know that we need to take digitalization serious by investing massively, because the lockdown, we couldn't operate by connecting with each other directly. Then we need to work remotely in order to curb the spread of coronavirus. So, however, the role of digitalization towards managing the pandemic varied across the African continent and the global community. In many parts of Africa, digitalization facilitated the functioning of various institutions. This reduced the disruption caused by the economic shutdown because there was a lockdown. So with digitalization, we can still forge ahead with our normal day-to-day business activity. So how is South Africa faring with other economies in Africa and some other developing regions in the world? So I tried to look at some basic statistics in terms of some measures of digitalization. I looked at internet penetration, for instance. Currently now, internet penetration is 75% of the population in South Africa, while the sub-Saharan African country is 36%. And for other regions like South Asia stood at 43%, and Latin America stood at 76%. In terms of mobile phone penetration, South Africa stood at 167 per 100 users, and while SSA, which is a sub-Saharan African country, stood at 84 per 100, South Asia 85, and Latin America 108. You can see South Africa seems to be faring better than any of these regions, including sub-Saharan African countries. Then in terms of the GDP per capita, South Africa GDP per capita as at 2022 is around $6,022 per annum. When we compare that against other regions, for sub-Saharan African country, we have 3,759, and that of Latin America at 16,336. And in terms of the GDP, which is the real GDP now, South Africa, it's currently $360 billion, which is around 18%, close to 20% of total economic worth in sub-Saharan African countries. Then the shocking thing in terms of the growth, that's where we're not growing, because something happened. Okay, I will show you the data later in front. annual GDP growth in South Africa stood at 1.9% compared to others, which is still the minimum. Then, in terms of different school of thought with respect to how digitalization should be viewed with respect to economic growth, we have the technophobes and the technophiles. The technophobes believes that we should use digital technology with some level of concerns, because that will further create some gap, which is what we're experiencing today. We may not have access to different kind of technology, and that may lead to what is called digital exclusion or digital inequality. Then for the technophile, they say, no, with the advent of technology, everybody is going to benefit, both in the short and the long run, that we'll all be more efficient in terms of the way we do our businesses, and that is going to be more growth to the society, not just South Africa as a country alone, but individual as a person. So this ambivalence manifests in two opposing attitudes: technophobia, the rejection and the avoidance of technology, and the technophile, the attraction of to an enthusiastic adoption of technology. So now, which theories are related to these two themes, digital economy or digitalization and growth? I don't want to go deep into economics and econometrics, so I'm just trying to be very basic. So the Schumpeterian theory of innovation saying for us to improve as a nation, we need to continue changing our method of production. And to do that, we need access to digital technology. Likewise, the same thing as the solo and swarm of technological progress. Likewise, the Roman, which is talking about human capital and knowledge and research and development. So these I try to link, in some of my work, I try to link these with digital technology, because if you have access to information, definitely that will improve your technical know-how, and it will improve your economic activities or increase your level of income. And which works actually speaks about the connection between these two terms. So the empirics, we said the relationship between digitalization and economic expansion, which is the same thing as economic growth, has been established by earlier studies. And some of those studies, since the pandemic, most studies have been conducted on the interconnection between digitalization and economic indices. And these studies and similar related studies have attempted to understand and uncover how digitalization could improve the economic growth and quality of life. Another study posits that that countries with strong institutional framework are associated with a successful digital economy. This is because a strong institutional framework creates an environment that attracts investment, encourages innovation and entrepreneurship in the digital sector. So what this is trying to say is that it is not in every case that it is digital economy that is stimulating growth, but economic growth can also stimulate digital economy or digitalization. So I try to look at some of the nexus. These are some of the summary of some works that try to say from economic expansion led, that is from economic growth to digitalization studies. We have work of Kaziva, Adam, Jiang, etc., concluding that it is economic growth that actually determines or that causes digitalization, while other works like Viana and Molik, likewise myself, David, there are several Davids there, I'm sorry for that, shows that digitalization actually determines economic expansion. And there are some cases where we have a kind of mutual feedback where it is both ways, which is a bidirectional causality. So for this study, I tried to just look at few indicators to see what kind of connection that exists between these two terms, which is digitalization or digital economy and economic growth. So for digital economy, I try to use investment in ICT with private participation, which is a kind of looking at the digitalization from the supply side. Then from the demand side, I look at the individuals using the internet and mobile cellular penetration, which I tag as ICT penetration index, because I try to generate index from these two indicators using principal component analysis. Then I gather the data from WDI from 2000 to 2023. The choice of the 2000 to 2023 is because majority of economies in Africa started investing massively, or the penetration started increasing in 2000, coupled with the ideology of Y2K compliance. So there is now massive increase in the deployment of digital technology in Africa. So let's look at what these data look like, just to pinpoint what you have said. Okay. So you can just look at these. Yes, this actually spoke to what you made mention about that 17 years. These and the relationship between these two variables, there is a stronger relationship both from the supply and the demand side with economic growth. If you check that, though it's more stronger with the demand side than the supply side, because the supply side is about 0.67, and in terms of the causality, it shows that it is actually digitalization that is stimulating growth in South African case. And in conclusion, there is a significant and strong positive relationship between economic growth and digital economy in South Africa. The coefficient of relationship between economic growth and digital economy is stronger from the demand side. The investment in digital technologies is gradually declining since 2000, while the consumption digital technology is on the rise. In the digital economy, which is both the demand and supply side, is one of the key determinants of economic growth in South Africa, as shown by the causality test. With the sophistication of the modern society, digital technology such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, etc., must be deployed responsibly. That word is very important. Responsibly. By individuals, businesses, and government institutions to enhance efficiency, speed, growth, and development in South Africa. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. And you are the one who advised me to be strict with the time. So I'm following through because I know that I want to be in your corner, and I'm choosing so many corners as we speak. And I'm advising you and continue to advise you that choose your corner so that you can see yourself in the reference. So many Davids, did you see? Yeah, so let's do that, colleagues. I think one of this event purpose is that we need to network, we need to be with like-minded so that we can produce more research output, because there's never a time that this is critical than now, because we have learned that we are poorer than 16 years back. So that is a very critical knowledge that at least we can go out here with, and it must motivate us to go and understand why are we poorer today when we're thinking there's digital movement and all these things. But without me being the one who's wasting time, let's move on. Because, you know, program directors have that way. You know? So now we're going to presentation 2, big push to stimulate sluggish economic growth, momentum in South Africa, which will be presented by Prof. Caroline Chisadza from University of Pretoria. I'll quickly highlight her profile. Prof. Chisadza is an associate professor in economics at the University of Pretoria. Her research focuses on development issues relating to economic growth, inequality, conflict, and quality of institutions within Africa. Her research papers have appeared in top academic journals and are peer-reviewed edited books. Caroline has also collaborated with national and international organizations such as the Lancet Commission on Peace Societies through Health and Gender Equalities. She is currently on the editorial board for PLOS 1. Caroline has been awarded the Stella Nkomo Award for Best Doctoral Thesis in 2020, JJI Middleton Medal for the Best First Article published in South African Journal of Economics, and the 2024 Best Junior Researcher in Economic Science under the Faculty of Economic and Management Science. She is currently a fellow of Fox African Oxford Initiatives at the University of Oxford, when she is collaborating on research related to friction within society. Can we please give a round of applause for Prof? And that corner, I think there's so many corners of award winning. Thank you so much.
Not be as talkative as Prof. David. Prof. David, your digitalization here giving us stress. Yeah, no, I figured it out. I just need to put in my. Good morning, everyone. No, good afternoon. I know I'm standing behind you on lunch. Can everyone hear me? Yes. I don't need the mic, right? I was just blessed with. Oh, you want me to use the mic? Okay. Yeah. Apparently, I have to. Hello? Hi. Hello? Can you hear, guys? Okay. All right. So I know I'm standing behind you guys in lunch, so I will make my presentation quick. As you know, as you already heard from my profile, my main interests are in economic growth and development, and following from my colleague, Prof. Heinrich Bowman, I will just be reinforcing what he said and also what Dr. Maharaj mentioned before he left, right? So firstly, I'd like to say thank you to the DVC in her absence, Prof. Mulatu, and colleagues for inviting me to speak at this amazing book launch, and congratulations on the publication of the book. I'm sure by the end of today, you guys will be tired of hearing of all the different ways that we can stimulate growth in South Africa. So I'm just going to provide us with a bit of a breather and help us just to take stock of some of our progress over the past 30 years and where we are at and where we still need to focus our attention in South Africa, right? So economic growth in a country, it's a critical component that contributes to economic development. And with economic development, one should be observing in a country that's developing increasing standards of living through greater access to economic opportunities for your people, such as income, health, education, employment, etc. As well as we should be observing good institutions in place that create incentives to encourage productivity and growth and to protect the rights of our citizens, right? However, I would not be in this line of research if that was the smooth process of economic growth and development that we observe in many countries to date. Every country in the world faces growth challenges due to this polycrisis, as Dr. Maharaj spoke, or the intersection of local and global factors that will be playing out in our economies, and South Africa is no different. So since the end of apartheid in 1994, the South African government has put in motion various growth plans to help the country develop and to reduce and to redress the inequalities that existed among the population due to oppression and being excluded from the economy. The core one, obviously, is the National Development Plan, which is structured around 14 priority outcomes targeted at reducing inequality and poverty by 2030, right? So they aligned it with the SDG goals. And some of these priority outcomes include access to education, improvement in health, safety and security, economic growth and employment, skills development, infrastructure, better environment, international relations, social protection, social cohesion, as Prof. Bowman mentioned in his speech on social trust. And these are all key determinants that help a country grow and develop. So with this in mind, let's see where South Africa is today in addressing its triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And I mainly draw my statistics from Stats SA reports as well as the World Bank, right? So South Africa is home to just over 63 million people with a majority Black population, about 81%. By the way, this is the population that was excluded from the economy. So you can imagine that is more than half of the country's labor force that needs a help up, right? So it was never going to be an easy task for South Africa, but it could be achievable with the right institutions and policy reforms in place. South Africa is an upper middle income country as per the World Bank classifications, and as of 2024, yay, South African economy recorded the highest GDP in Africa. Is that good? What did Dr. Maharaj say? No. In per capita terms, it is not, because when you account for South Africa's population, and GDP per capita is a measure that is used to proxy standard of living of an average South African citizen in South Africa. So when you take into account the country's population, South Africans' ranking drops significantly in terms of GDP per capita. And what is concerning as well is the slow growth that we are witnessing in South Africa, right? Starting, from COVID-19, we managed to recover, but now we can see that there is this dip in the rate at which South Africa is growing. And in comparison to Sub-Saharan Africa's average growth rate, so Sub-Saharan Africa is the one in red, the growth rate of South Africa has been decreasing at a faster rate than the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa. So we really need to be concerned about this, especially for South Africa, which is a upper middle income country. And according to growth theories, I'm so glad you spoke about Solo, Roma, and Schumpeter, because these growth theories, they typically state that countries need to invest a certain share of their GDP to have long-term economic growth. And every country is different, right? So for South Africa, an emerging market, typically investment levels must be between 20 and 25% of GDP if South Africa is to sustain growth. And if we see the trend of investments post-1994, you can see that we really were doing very well in attracting investments in South Africa. And we're even between 20 and 25%. And we should typically have continued or sustained this investment rate for us to have continued growing, right? The trend shows that our investments improved significantly after 1994, with public investment playing a major role. And this aligns very nicely because during this period of post-1994 was when the government was investing a lot in and focusing on infrastructure of housing. So this is your RDP growth plan. And these investments also played an instrumental role in pushing South Africa's GDP per capita. So if you look during that same period, look at South Africa's GDP per capita. It's also increasing. However, the country's investments took a hit in the late 2000s, right? And that corresponds with the sluggish growth that we are now observing in South Africa. Events such as the global financial crisis, the state capture, COVID-19, they all contributed to this drop in investments in South Africa being able to attract investments. And unfortunately, once you fall into a dip or a recession, it's so much more difficult to come out of a valley, right? And recovery has been sluggish during this period to date, including South Africa's GDP per capita. In terms of sectors contributing to the economy since 1994, we have seen a shift. South Africa is shifting from being mining, agriculture, and manufacturing heavy to a service-driven economy where wholesale and retail trade, transport and communication, financial and business services, they are growing much faster than the traditionally important sectors like mining and manufacturing. These are also the industries employing the most people in South Africa currently. And also importantly to note is that these are also the industries where digitalization is becoming critical, as Prof. David spoke about. This change in sector contribution to GDP should not actually be a cause of concern for South Africa. Because if this was a typical country where process of economic growth is unhindered, this is an opportunity to tap into new productive capacity. However, for us to be able to harness this untapped potential, we need a labor force that's able to adapt and complement these changes in the economy structures of the country, right? By acquiring the necessary skills. And herein lies one of South Africa's growth challenges. Firstly, just to give you some flavor, you can see that South Africa's population profile, we have this beautiful youth bulge, where a significant proportion of the population falls within the youth age category of 15 to 35 years old. This population profile is the envy, I guarantee you, it is the envy of a number of developed countries today who are struggling right now with low to negative population growth rates, which are affecting their labor force size. There is this untapped potential from this strong and young labor force in South Africa, where we can harness immense returns from them in terms of productivity, innovation, and growth. But we are not reaping those benefits. Why is that? Firstly, South Africa's unemployment has been persistently high since 1994, and it's increasing. We currently have a labor force of 25 million, of which 16.7 million are employed, and 8.2 million unemployed. So that puts our official unemployment rate at 32.9%. This is higher, of course, for women, as well as for your black population. The labor force participation rate currently sits at 60.7%, but the economy is only able to absorb 40% of that labor force. Unfortunately, our youth in South Africa continue to be disadvantaged in the labor market, with an unemployment rate of 59.7% for those aged between 15 to 24, and 40.7% for those aged 25 to 34. Remember our youth bulge? These are the people that are not being used in our labor force. And these are the strong people. These are the young people with new ideas that can drive economic growth in the country. But they are struggling to find a place in the labor market. Within the 25 to 35 age group, 75.6% are part of the labor force, but only 40% are absorbed by the labor market. South Africa has 10.3 million young people that are falling within this age group of 15 to 24, and of those, 3.6 million are inactive or regarded as not in employment, education, or training. The main reason for being inactive for our youth is discouragement. They have lost hope of finding a job that suits their skills or in areas where they actually stay. And if we look at unemployment by education level, those with matric and less than matric remain vulnerable. So these are the two top lines. Those are the ones with matric and less than matric. They remain vulnerable with an unemployment rate of 34.5 and 39.1%, which is higher than even the national unemployment rate. And this is a high rate for youth who are exiting from higher education into the labor market, which can be very discouraging for our young graduates as they anticipate returns from their investments in education. So speaking of education, what is happening in South Africa? How are we faring over the past 30 years? I'll first look at attendance, and then I'll look at attainment. In terms of attendance, we have achieved universal primary schooling, which is a great milestone for any country in the world. So these are your ages, 5, 6, 7, going up to 24 years. This is from your census from 1996 and the recent census in 2022. And you can see here that we have almost 100%, close to 100% of our children attending primary school. But look what happens once they hit 15. Look at the dropout rates. Going into high school, going into tertiary. So this is signaling that a proportion of our youth do not have qualifications, such as a matric certificate, just at the minimum, a matric certificate. Because at least with a matric certificate, you can get a job where you can be trained. But without matric, the employers are not going to be keen to hire you. The main reasons provided for not attending an educational institution were poor performance, no money for fees, disability and illness. And for me, this last reason that they mentioned was quite sad. Family commitment, where the children, our youth are getting married, falling pregnant, and having to take care of, having to be involved in childcare. And this was high for our female students. So our female students are dropping out because they're getting married early. This should not be happening in this day and age. It really should not be happening. Oh, sorry. 5 minutes. Okay, I'll try. So education attendance, you can see, unfortunately, the black population are the ones that are still disadvantaged, even though the numbers are improving over the years. But I think for a majority population in the country, we want to see a much higher proportion entering the education system. In terms of education attainment, the statistics look very encouraging since 1994. We definitely have more of our youth completing secondary education. This is 2024. This is the current status. More of our youth are completing secondary and tertiary education since 1994. So this is another good milestone that has been achieved. However, the stark racial differences in education attainment today, so this is how we're looking at today, between males, females, and also by race, right? And these stark racial differences, I'll just highlight, this is your black African, this is your African or black population. This is the proportion of the majority population that have post-secondary education. Compare that to the white population, which is the minority. So this shows just how difficult it is to redress historical inequalities, even with policies in place to encourage investment in skills, even with government funding like NSFAS to assist the historically advantaged to get an education. This is a majority population, that was denied access to education and other basic services, who today are still struggling to accumulate skills. And guess what? Without skills, they also struggle to enter the labor market. And what happens when they don't enter the labor market? It contributes to poverty and inequality, the other two growth deterrents under the triple challenge in South Africa. So we ask ourselves, why is South Africa struggling to grow? We are stuck in a vicious poverty trap, and somehow we need to find a way to break it. So quickly, my final slides. Although South Africa has made progress in reducing poverty since 1994, poverty reduction obviously started halting around the late 2000s when we also stopped attracting investments. The percentage of people vulnerable to hunger is on the rise, especially since COVID-19 pandemic, where many lost jobs. Over half of the population still lives under the national poverty line of 1,417 per person per month. How many of you here are living under 1,417 per month? Many of whom are Black South Africans. Also to keep in mind is that the main source of household income comes from salaries. But this source was severely affected during COVID-19, such that today the proportion of population on social welfare has increased, which is straining the government's resources because many jobs were lost and people are still struggling to find jobs. South Africa's inability to translate growth into reducing poverty is then not surprising, given the high unemployment rates and also the extremely unequal nature of the society. South Africa is among the countries globally characterized by high income inequalities with a Gini coefficient of 0.63. I would like to add to this mixed bag of growth challenges that the state capacity and quality of institutions remain a challenge in South Africa. We are currently ranked 83 out of 180 countries for corruption, and we dropped our rankings from previous 2 years. So what now? So after nearly 2 decades of some progress and promising growth, South Africa's societal gains are now deteriorating. According to the latest Gauteng City Region Observatory survey on quality of life, more than half of the respondents, this is out of 13,759 South Africans that were interviewed, believe South Africa is a failed state in terms of safety, quality of government, and their ability to progress. People are hungrier, they are feeling more uncertain and less happy than they have been in a long time. Trust in the government is at an all-time low, according to the same survey. A serious push is required to stimulate growth. And according to the big push theory, substantial investments are necessary to overcome poverty traps. But these investments need to be coordinated to have maximum effort. For example, investments in education and health can improve the quality of the labor force. But at the same time, investments in infrastructure can complement the labor force, creating synergies that boosts the overall economy and promotes economic growth. However, achieving these returns in a fragmented country with insufficient resources can be challenging. So my big push is that we need to target key sectors where large investments should be channeled into and hopefully get the economy's momentum going. South Africa did this immediately after 1994, and we see that those strategies worked up to a point. Unfortunately, external shocks affected our FDI flows into South Africa. I'm almost done. But also, this is the last slide. But also internal factors like state capture corruption didn't help either because essential resources were diverted from productive sectors to non-productive sectors. We need to get our momentum back. And from my perspective, given the young profile of the country, continued investments in education and skills development programs, such as the expanded public works program, is a key focus area. Right now, school leavers are not exiting the system with the requisite abilities and education required in the labor market. And we need to address this to ensure matching of skills. This, coupled with continued investments in infrastructure that supports a service-driven economy, such as improving digitalization and inclusive, affordable access to these technologies, may help to stimulate employment, productivity, and economic growth. The role of the government then also becomes very critical in providing the necessary incentives, coordination, and financing for these large-scale investments, so that resources are distributed where they are actually required most. This means governance and transparency are key in promoting policies that favor production over diversionary activities. And I just leave you with this saying: sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of our future generations to meet their own needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely in your corner. So, colleagues, thank you so much. And I think the last slide was talking about the big push. And if we're to part ways, at least with each one of us having a big push within us, I think we'll have moved a needle. I love saying we should move needles in what we do. Sometimes we can be comfortable, and as educators, we are doing a very big push in that needle, because the youth that we are teaching is the future generation that has to be sustainable as we do it today. So I just want you to silently in your heart have a big push. You don't have to tell us, but have a big push, either that research paper, either that employment of a young person, because we can generate those opportunities here in this room. But thank you. I don't know whether it's good news or bad news. You just depends on the stomach. But I'm being told that the lunch will come at 1:30. So then it means we have 2 presentations to cover. So, okay.
Really, I want to appreciate Professor. Now she is really a professor.
Yeah.
You know, I want to go back to UPN, lesson 1 of those of your lectures. And you can see how very creative, dynamic people are resource people in the symposium. So we have hope that the South African economy can gain its momentum maybe in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. We are definitely in your corner. So the next presentation, like I said, we covered 2 presentations before lunch. We will have Prof. Mashupe H. Maseramole. I just want to confirm that, is he here? Not here. So then it means we can cover the 2 presentations. I'm not sure if we should take questions or we should continue. Any questions for the previous speakers? The 3 previous speakers? So that we don't close you out because of my overachievement syndrome of meeting time. I do have that syndrome, overachievement. Okay, now we can move. But it means the class is not participating. How are we gonna get to give out the gift? We'll have to cover in something there. So presentation number 4, which is Prof. Harold Mwalawa from University of KwaZulu-Natal. I will briefly read his profile and then we can receive him. Prof. Harold Mwalawa is a professor of economics and founding member of the Macro Research Unit, MRU, and the only research unit specializing in macroeconomics research in South Africa. Mwalawa holds a PhD in economics from the University of Cape Town and a Master of Arts in Economics from University of Malawi. He is also a certified associate of the Institute of Bankers in South Africa. Mwalawa's research interests include monetary theory and practice, structural asymmetrics and policy failure, deposit insurance, banking instability, and indigenous finance, amongst others. He has published extensively in many local and international journals, including Economic Modeling, Journal of Applied Economics, South African Journal of Economics, the African Finance Journal, and the South African Journal of Economic and Management Society Science. Amongst many others, he has also presented his research at conferences in many countries, including the United Kingdom, Oxford University, United States of America, Norway, the Netherlands, Hong Kong, China, Czech Republic, Turkey, Tanzania, Senegal, Ethiopia, Swaziland, Kenya, Uganda, amongst others. Harold is a co-author of The Secret Kingdoms, DBS, Botswana, and the Global Diamond Maker. Thank you so much, Prof. Very strict on time.
All right, thank you so much, Program Director, and thank you, Prof. Molatu, for the invite. Do I have to present up to 1:30? Okay, so my two presenters have talked about different things. I'll talk about a slightly different thing. So in order to grow the economy, we have to have set the fundamentals right. And one of the things that the country is going to do is to ensure that there is macroeconomic stability. And one thing that they take seriously is to ensure that prices and price expectations are set right. So basically, that's the angle where I'm going to go to. There's this study that I've done with a colleague of mine from Zumbe University, Dr. Coretta Komba. And if we are to go back to what motivated this, is basically the teaching. So we teach macroeconomics in school, and the one thing that I believe nearly all of us that would be sitting here may have gone into that Eco 101 class where we would be doing supply and demand. So what I would expect you to do is to visualize that straight line demand curve coming down and that straight line supply curve going up. That's all that I'm going to present about. Okay, and also the downward sloping Phillips curve. That's all that I'm going to talk about. So the issue is we're teaching all these things and then we ask questions. Does the economy really work like this? Why is it that we are struggling to do what we expected to do? Okay, now, we start from the beginning, and our beginning is somewhere in the 1960s, which is just picked at random. The only thing that I wanted to show here is that sometime in the 1980s, we had an inflation problem. So it started way back where inflation is increasing, and it peaked sometime in the 1980s. And for that, for some of us that may be familiar with the story of inflation, you may recall that there was the Decor Commission that was put together by government in South Africa to try and understand what's the source of the problem, what can we do, and so on and so forth. They presented 2 reports, and then they started implementing the recommendations of the Decor Commission. And inflation, as expected, or rather, interestingly, dropped quite significantly up until, actually in 2004, we had the annual inflation rate was negative. Now, I assume, or that's quite personal, that one of the reasons that we adopted inflation targeting in February 2000 was to ensure that the gains of having low inflation by that period were extended to the future. So in February 2000, the government decided, you know what, we're going to, so that's the point, we're going to adopt an inflation targeting regime. So inflation is, there were some dynamics between 2000 and 2003, but around 2003, they set off for 3 to 6%. That's the inflation we're going to target. you're going to see that there have been a few episodes where inflation has been out of the band. There have been quite a few cases as well where inflation has been within the band. Ideally, inflation should have been within the band or throughout. And the question is, why is it that the central bank seems to struggle to keep inflation within the band? And in addition to that, of course, one thing that people expected and that indeed happened is that when inflation comes down, it is more or less stuck on the upper band than anywhere towards the lower band. But we're not going to go into that story. Now, one of the things that we know about in economics, or something that's quite popular, is the relationship between inflation and output, or inflation and unemployment. Now, that takes us to the Phillips curve story, where the understanding is that there is an inverse relationship between inflation and output. So, in other words, the simple story is we have to choose whether we want low inflation, and if we want low inflation, then unemployment is going to go up, or we want low unemployment if unemployment is low, and then inflation is going to go up. And the question from that very simplified vision of the story is it that since we've been putting so much effort in fighting inflation, would that explain why unemployment has been so high? That's another story. We're not going to go into that. But what we're going to go into is to try and understand how the central bank should respond to demand shocks in order to ensure that inflation is where it's supposed to be. So what we did was to start off by plotting inflation and output growth and to see if there are any obvious trends. And as you can see, it's kind of very difficult. There's certain places where we see obvious positive correlations, and then there are some episodes such as here where we see it appears like they're moving in opposite directions. And then we try to plot again inflation and output in the country. This looks relatively clear. It appears like there's some positive association between inflation and output. Now, we go back to what we were talking about. You are the central bank. You are charged with the duty of keeping inflation low. And the question is, what is it that you are going to do? So the specific question we ask here is, how should the monetary authorities, the central bank in this case, respond to demand shocks? Now, that takes us back to what I was talking about earlier. Let's go to class. We have that upward sloping straight line demand curve, downward sloping straight line supply curve. Shift the demand curve up. What do we expect to see? Prices will go up, output is going to go up. Yeah. And then let's shift the curve down by the same magnitude. Prices are going to go up, output will go down by the same margins. The question is, does the economy work that way? The answer is maybe not. So that's what we're saying here, that it depends on whether the inflation output trade-off is seen as symmetric. That's the case that I've talked about, or asymmetric. So as being asymmetric, you're just talking about the curves not being straight lines. And in this particular case, we're going to talk about the Phillips curve and the asymmetric Phillips curve that we'll talk about, which is in the next slide, would be a case where we have concavity, where the curve becomes steeper as we move further, or it becomes flatter, but we're going to talk about that later. So, but let's go back to the first part. So, in the case of a symmetric relationship, the one that we talked about, the situation is expected to be that prices are going to respond similarly to positive and negative demand shocks. So you shift the demand curve this way or this way. If you shift it by the same margin, you're going to have similar responses. And then policymakers are also expected to respond in a similar way. So we argue here that policymakers would have to respond in equal measure when you have excess demand, that's the demand curve has shifted right, or excess supply where the demand curve has shifted left. That becomes quite simple. It becomes more complicated now when the relationship is asymmetric. Now, if the relationship is asymmetric, then what that means is that the inflationary effects of a positive demand shock, i.e. you shift the demand curve to the right, may be larger or smaller than the deflationary effect, i.e. when you shift the demand curve to the left, depending on the nature of the asymmetry. Now it takes us back to where we were looking at the asymmetry as being concave or convex. So in this case, if it's not symmetric, what that means is that if you just imagine that the supply curve is curving upwards, if you shift to the demand curve, you may find out that price is going to go up, output is also going to go up. Shift to the demand curve by the same margin downwards, prices are going to go down, but then you may find that prices will go down by a different margin as to the extent to which prices went up when the demand curve went up, and output will also go down. Again, the extent to which the output will go down will be different, and the differences depend on the nature of the asymmetry. And our argument in this story is the authorities need to understand these because they have policy implications. So if you have an asymmetric case, the cost of lowering inflation following a positive demand shock is likely going to be not the same as the cost of stimulating output if you have a negative demand shock, i.e., let's say the demand curve has shifted to the left. And as we said, the asymmetry may be convex or concave, where the convex case is this one and the convex case is that one. Now, in a convex relationship, that's where the curve is becoming steeper. That's a situation where when we have a positive demand shock, we're going to say that inflation is going, okay, so the positive demand shock is going to increase inflation by a larger margin than a negative demand shock of the exact magnitude. And in a concave asymmetric relationship, we find that a positive demand shock is going to increase inflation by a smaller margin, while a negative demand shock of the exact magnitude is going to decrease prices by a larger margin. Now, in terms of policy, it's a large part, there's so many policy implications, but a large part of it is speed at which the policymakers have to respond. So in the case of the convex asymmetric relationship, the policymakers need to respond with so much speed when the economy is showing signs of strengthening. Why? Because the cost of bringing the economy back becomes extremely high. So if you have to bring inflation back to where it was, you find out that, okay, so if there's that positive demand shock, you say that there's a significant increase in inflation and a slight increase in output. And then if you have to go back, you find out that to bring inflation back to where it was, the cost in terms of output lost becomes extremely large. While in the case of a convex asymmetric relationship, it's just the reverse. So the policymakers need to be swift in the way they respond when the economy is showing signs of weakening. Now, there's so many studies that have been done in so many different places. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm going just to bring your attention to a study that was done by NEO in 2006 for South Africa. And what NEO did was to split his sample between 1971 and 1984, and then 1986 to 2001. And his findings were that between that period, 1971 to 1984, the relationship was symmetric in South Africa, while between 1986 and 2001, the relationship was asymmetric concave. What does that tell us? It says there's a chance that this relationship changes over time. Now, if there is a chance that it changes over time, then it follows that the central bank or the monetary authorities need to be active in trying to understand what's happening right now. Now, if you look at 2001, that was just a year after we adopted inflation targeting. So in this particular case, we were trying to say, okay, let's try to understand if things have changed between the time that we adopted inflation targeting and now. So what we did, we put together a very simple, straightforward model. So this is the inflation, the expectations augmented Phillips curve. And what we simply try to do is to understand if the Phillips curve becomes steeper or becomes flatter, i.e. if it is convex or it is concave. So we do not try to follow through the curve itself because that's very complicated. What we do is to simply try to find out if we draw a straight line, the straight line is going to have a kink at some point where it becomes steeper, or it's going to have a kink where it becomes flatter. Either way, we're able to establish a symmetry, either convex or concave. If it doesn't have that kink, then we argue that it's a symmetric relationship. So in this particular case, this is a positive output gap, and this is the part that tries to tell us whether we're going to have that kink. So what we do test is whether eta 2 is not significantly zero or is significantly different from zero. If it's significantly different from zero and it's positive, then we argue that we have that kink and the curve becomes steeper. If it's negative, then we have that kink and the curve becomes flatter. In the case where it's not significantly different from zero, this collapses and it reduces to this equation 2, which is our linear Phillips curve. So we did some estimations, and we started off by estimating a linear relationship. And if you look at this, we find everything else that we're looking for, most of the things rather, as expected. So expected inflation has a positive relationship with actual inflation. So the differences in the these different regressions, it's in the source of the data that we're using. So we were using data from the Bureau of Economic Research in Stellenbosch for the expected inflation. And the expected inflation would have how they put it together. There's a case where they will collect it from financial analysts, business representatives, trade unions, and then all that aggregated. And we just separated that to see if we're going to get different results. But we see that the output gap has a positive relationship with actual inflation. One thing that's interesting here, we struggle to explain that, is that we were not able to find the relationship between inflation inertia and actual inflation, i.e. We're not able to find evidence that inflation today depends on what inflation was yesterday, which is quite interesting. But then we're able to find in these two cases that expected inflation tends to affect current inflation. But we plotted that. So this is the dots are the actual data, and the different diagrams are simply from the different sources of expected inflation, and the straight line is drawn from the regression results. And the point here is the regression result that we have a correct representation of the actual data. Now, through inspection, it's quite difficult to see if that is indeed the case, which is what takes us to now the next regression, where we estimated that kinked Phillips curve. Now, our particular variable of interest is the positive output demand curve. Remember, we said if that eta 2 was significantly different from zero, then we established that there is a kink. And in all cases, we find that it's significantly different from zero, and we find in all cases that it is negative, in which case we argue that the slope of the curve changes. At that particular point, it becomes flatter, meaning that we have a relationship that's concave asymmetric. Then we try to draw that. So that's the linear Phillips curve, and then this relationship is drawn from the regressions that we just did now. Again, the questions that we were asking were from the actual data, and then the linear Phillips curve compared to the kinked Phillips curve. Are we able to use eyeball inspection and argue that indeed, again, this is correct or this is correct? Again, that's very difficult, but we choose to believe our estimations. Now, we were going to stop there. I'll jump this one. We were going to stop there, but we thought, can we do something else that kind of validates our results? So what we did next was to put together a general equilibrium framework that has basically 4 sectors. So households, intermediate goods firms, final goods firms, and government. This is a new Keynesian framework where we assume that South Africa is a small open economy. We assume the case of 2 countries, South Africa and the rest of the world. I'm not going to bore you with the details, so I'm going to jump the details of the model that we're doing. I'll go straight to what our findings are. Now, the results are, this is a calibrated model, and we use expected inflation data, again from the same source, and we separate it again to see if the results are going to be consistent. But what we found was quite interesting as well. So if you have a positive demand shock, as in this particular case, we notice as expected that inflation goes up, output goes up. Notice the exact point where we're starting from here and the exact point where we're starting from here. And then we shock the economy again, this time around with a negative demand shock of the exact magnitude. And we expect the reverse responses, in which case here inflation goes down as expected, output goes down as expected. The difference though is inflation goes down. In this particular case, you'll notice that here it starts from 0.6, here it starts from further below minus 0.6, which means the decline in inflation is larger. And notice the decline in output here. Output increased to just below 0.8. Here it starts from just before minus 0.6. So the decline in output is smaller. The decline in output is larger than the case where we have a positive demand shock. And we get consistent results. So this is the case where we're using expected inflation from all surveyed participants. This is the case where we're using data, expected inflations from financial analysts, from business perspectives, and trade unions. In all those cases, we find that with a positive demand shock, output goes up, inflation goes up. But with a negative demand shock, inflation goes down by a larger margin. Inflation goes down by a larger margin. Output goes down by a smaller margin. What that tells us is that the curve is going like that, i.e. it's increasing at a decreasing rate. Again, that's consistent with the area findings, which tell us that we have a concave asymmetric relationship between inflation and output. Now, that takes us to a happy conclusion that where what we have says that our results are consistent with NEO. We argue that the relationship between inflation and output has not changed between the time that he had his second sample and the time that we studied this in both cases. Now, if I was Caroline, I was going to say, so what about me? What do I say going forward? Yeah. Now, remember, we said that with a concave asymmetric relationship, you need to be proactive. The speed at which you move in responding should be relatively high when the economy is weakening. Why? Because the cost tends to be relatively high if you have to take back the economy to where it's supposed to be. Now, we believe that that could be one of the reasons why probably it's been quite difficult for the authorities, besides other explanations that are given elsewhere, for the authorities to bring inflation further down to where it's supposed to be. There are other people that have argued that actually our band is relatively high. We need to go further down. Our recommendation is if we can reduce inflation significantly at one go, so the quote take approach, or what other people call hard landing, where you reduce it significantly, so a disinflation at one go, it's going to be very painful. There's going to be a significant cost in terms of output, in terms of employment as well. But then when you do that, then what? So again, we say that when you do that, then the next thing is to anchor expectations at that particular point. So how do you anchor expectations at that particular point? Again, we go to the literature for guidance. So the Kidland-Prescott paper of 1977 gives us particular guidance. So if we are committed, when I say we, I mean they, the central bank, are committed to keep inflation at that point, and they indeed do what they expected to do. Going even beyond that, even if it's done, it's a case where you have to keep inflation law by law, i.e. having a binding commitment, even better. You find out that we're going to have inflation expectations anchored at that low level, and then if inflation expectations are anchored at that low level, we're going to have elements of stability. And if we have elements of stability, the rest is what my friends talked about. Thank you so much.
Prof, thank you for the nice presentation. You know, South African government has been implementing inflation targeting since 2000 and tried to keep inflation in a target. But the economy failed to generate output, employment. So how do you view the inflation targeting policy of South African Reserve Bank for the last many years?
Okay, so the idea with inflation targeting is basically you want to anchor expectations. People's expectations have to be within certain limits. So if you say we're targeting inflation between 3 to 6%, what you want is people to expect that inflation is going to be within those limits, and in whatever decisions they're making, they have to make those decisions with those expectations. The problem that comes in is when you have a flexible inflation target, which is what we have, which is what some countries have, which means that we may say we're targeting 3 to 6% inflation, but inflation is at 11%. We are not going, electricity tariffs are going up by 34%. Government expenditure is going up because we have now a large cabinet and a large this. And so if you look at all that, people in economics, we argue that people are rational. The English word for people being rational is people are not stupid. Now, if people are rational, they're able to observe all that. Are they going to expect that inflation is going to be at that point? No, they will not expect that inflation is at that point. They're going to expect inflation to be to be relatively higher in all those cases. Now, with all this, you find out that if people are expecting inflation to be high, the options facing the central bank are relatively low. They're going to push inflation relatively high. There's quite a lot of theory about that, and that tends to bring in lots of other problems. Now, how is the economy going to grow if prices are going up? And yeah, so at the end of the day, if you recall, in terms of my presentation, the idea is you want stability. So you want stability, you want people to believe you, you want people when they are investing to plan and know that this is what we're expecting inflation to be. When people are negotiating for wages, they have to have correct expectations and so on and so forth. The problem comes when we don't have that. The question of growth is more complicated.
Thank you so much. So colleagues, thank you so much. And I think the decision of price is really one of those that is a paradoxical dilemma, like we have listened here. Do we want inflation to, or the inflation to go, the employment to go up? But let me not talk about that. I think the economist has said it well, but it's a reflection for all of us to know that. So now let's move to the next presentation before lunch, which lunch is at 1:30. So we are moving to presentation number 3, which is game-changing public policies to stimulate the socio-economic development in the democratic South Africa. It's presented by Prof. Mashupe H. Maseremole, who is an executive dean at the Faculty of Humanities. I'll quickly go through his profile. Prof. Maseremole is an executive dean in Africa. He has more than 50 publications in the field of governance, which, I think he does acknowledge that he is part of furniture. So we all are aware of his brief. But I would say that we are in your corner.
Thanks. I'm not so sure what happened to the presentation. It was sent. I'm sorry about that. But be that as it may, you might have observed something from the program. And that is why I stopped here from introducing me, because I wanted to make one point. And that point is very simple. I'm not an economist. All who spoke are economists. I'm not an economist. So I need to start with a disclaimer. I'll be talking largely from the politics point of view. Let me start with a bit of a story. There was a very interesting piece yesterday in the Sunday Times. It was written by one of their columnists, Peter Bruce, and it was just basically the opinion piece essentially was reacting to the outcome of American elections. And he said something very profound about why Kamala Harris lost the elections. And he said she lost the elections because the Democrats failed to master even the basic case for improving the lives of the ordinary people. And for me, that was very profound. I don't know Peter as a political scientist, but I think he made a very important point. There you are. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. So sorry about that. So, like as I was saying, Peter was making a very important. How do I smooth the slide? And by the way, congratulations with the publication of your book, colleagues. Okay, yeah, I was just, yeah. Peter was making a very important point, which underscore the significance of what I'm going to talk about, because if we don't really pay a closer attention to those who are particularly in the margin of society, we are losing it, right? And Prof was talking about so many graphs. I must confess that he really confused me. But the point that he was making is that for us to achieve a certain level of socio-economic development, it is important that we need to manage our economy correctly. I think that's the point that he was making. Okay. So going back to Bruce, he did not actually end there. He also made a bit of history insofar as the Democrats are concerned, and I thought that maybe I should share this with you again. He said some years back, Bill Clinton, who is also a Democrat, at some point he was fumbling as he was running for the American presidency. And fortunately for Bill Clinton, there was a very smart advisor next to him, and the advisor, James Carville, and that is what he said. He did not mince his words, and that is what he said. He said to Bush, and I quote, "It is the economy, stupid." Right? So I find this very interesting because fix the economy. Otherwise, you are not going to achieve what you call socio-economic justice. Right? So that I found this thing quite interesting. And also it's a profound message, particularly for those who aspire to take this important decisions as informed by that profound economic understanding or understanding of the economy. As we're busy, Prof, trying to explain all those things through the graphs, I wonder whether people who actually take decision about our policy do really understand the economics. But that's something for another day. So I started with that just to try and make what I will be talking about very simple, social economic development, which in the most simplest way, it basically referred to the intervention to make the lives of the people better. Simple as that. Especially those who are in the margin of society, right? And socio-economic development policies, ladies and gentlemen, they focus on social protection, health and care, education, housing, poverty, and unemployment, right? So, and these things, when you make policies around this thing, you need to understand economics, as Prof was actually indicating, right? So these are the things that we are actually talking about when you talk of socio-economic development, right? Our intervention should always be aimed at what we call socio-economic justice. So just to remind you about some of the key interventions for socio-economic development, let's start with what we did as a country. Colleagues would know that as a country, we have something called the Constitution. And some people will say that our Constitution is the most, did I say progressive? constitution in the world. And largely they are saying that because if you go through our constitution, you'll realize that our constitution protects something called socio-economic rights. Unlike many other polities, unlike many other constitutions of the world, right? And when we talk about socio-economic rights, we are talking about those rights that forces government to commit some resources to realize them. The right to health, the right to education, so forth and so on. And it is even very interesting that these rights are actually enforceable. Colleagues will remember the first case since South Africa became democracy of socio-economic right of a right to housing. Somebody took government to court, and court indeed came to the conclusion that as government, you are obligated to make sure that this person has a house. Right? And we've seen many socio-economic interventions. Your NEFSAs, kids go to school free, your social grants, so forth and so on. You know, all these are some of the examples of interventions that government should actually put in place, and it does so because there is a constitution that commits itself to do exactly that, right? And also, apart from the constitution, as a country, at some point, we talk about the National Development Plan, which is essentially a lodestar for socio-economic transformation. All these things that we are talking about seeks to address the three stubborn challenges that have always been with us: poverty, unemployment, and often when you put the two together, they will give you inequality. Poverty, unemployment often equals to inequality. And this is something that we've been with for many years. And things are the way they are, obviously, because of our history, but also because of so many mistakes that we did as a post-apartheid South Africa. At the continental level, right, you have got something called African Union's Agenda 2063, which talks about inclusive growth and sustainable development. Beautiful document. But the beauty of a document does not lie in the extent to which we love it. The beauty of a document depends in the extent to which it gets easily translated into programs that will eventually enhance the quality of the life of the people. And that needs leadership, right? And I'm not so sure whether since independence do we have that leadership. It's another debate. Let's go at the global level. Do you still remember the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals? Essentially a call to action to end poverty and inequality, protect the planet, and ensure that all people have access to health care, justice, to achieve prosperity for all. Right? These are but high-level examples of socio-economic development interventions. As countries of the world, when we put together our own policy intervention, we should factor in the development goals, because we committed ourselves to that agreement at the global level. Likewise, also insofar as your Agenda 2063 is concerned. Something very interesting. with all these beautiful things that we have, and they are indeed beautiful, quite profound. But there is something which is quite interesting, that public policy for socio-economic development are many. The irony, however, is that poverty, unemployment, inequality, especially on the African continent, are at unacceptable levels. And we are a very interesting people, that we don't lack the capacity to think about what ought to happen. And that is clearly demonstrated in the beautiful policies that we churn out. Our problem is a lack of a sense of agency and consistency to translate our commitment into tangible action, targeted specifically at ensuring that our action will ultimately contribute toward changing the lives of so many people who are out there living in the margins of society. I call this the Achilles heels of statecraft. And that is the problem that we are actually confronted with. There are so many policies that you cannot fault, at least on paper. But translation of those policies into what they seek to achieve is a problem. It is a problem, right? And that is why some Harvard professors still have a very beautiful way of characterizing this irony. They call it a development trap, right? In other words, you, with all your policies that are shining out, very progressive as you read them, you create the impression that we are indeed doing something, right? And indeed, more often, we tend to get away with murder, that people tend to believe that we are indeed doing something. Yet, if you piece through what is at play, you realize that we are in fact doing nothing. That is a development trap, right? And that is another important point that we need to take into account as we talk about socio-economic development. Some progress as measured against the commitment made in various policy interventions for socio-economic development. Again, let's start with the global commitments. When you go through the literature, particularly from the United Nations, it says that only 6% of the 32 measurable targets will be achieved by 2030. Only 6%. And in that 6%, at least progress has been made in the following area: drinking water. Although, as myself, saying what I'm saying, in Tswane, I doubt whether that community in Hammanskraal will agree with this statement. Drinkable water. I doubt whether they will agree with this statement. Basic sanitation. Climate change at the policy level, and improving statistical system, right? Because statistics also is very important for us to have a sense of many aspects that constitute our socio-economic reality. At the continental level, I'm not so sure, Prof. Sherry, but not much has been done to really assess the extent to which we have gone insofar as Agenda 2063 is concerned. Or maybe we are saying that 2063 is still very far. But we need to acknowledge the fact that the state of Africa related to socio-economic development generally remain a concern. although the opportunity to move out of this development doldrums actually exists. It's just a question of changing our approach, making a commitment that we are going to take the advantage of the resources that we have as a continent. Remember, there are so many countries on the continent who are very rich, yet so poor. The oxymoron thereof, right? In terms of the minerals and whatever, they are there. Right? But people from elsewhere will come and extract those minerals, go and polish them elsewhere, and bring them back very, very as an expensive finished commodity. Right? Domestic intervention. And I need to apologize that I did not actually cite a local study. But I know that there are so many local scholars who are actually working for the World Bank to produce the report that they are producing. And therefore, in many ways, I quote local scholars, which says that that's the report from the World Bank. It says that South Africa remains a dual economy with one of the most highest and most persistent inequality rates in the world. Which is quite interesting because the notion of the two economies, Thabo Mbeki talked about it many years ago. It is still continuing. What did we do? Right? And obviously, we do have our own history, the legacy thereof, which still also continue to be a problem, right? The legacy of exclusion and the nature of economic growth, which is not pro-poor and does not generate sufficient jobs, right? So the moment when we are saying that the policies are not pro-poor, that's where now the economics will flex their muscle. What do you mean by that? This is what ought to happen. Because if we don't do this, we are in trouble. The global economic templates are dictating that things ought to be done in a particular way. And of course, we cannot really ignore the context in which we operate. But in the process, when we talk about all those inflations, so forth and so on, often people that ultimately bear the brunt are the poor. Right? And the question that we need to ask ourselves is, for how long are we going to maintain the status quo? Right? So, and in our own country, something very interesting, which is a contradiction in many ways, is that when you look at our budget, we spend so much on socio-economic development intervention, so much. Just check the line items in our national budget. And going back to the point that I was making earlier, the budget is there, the policies are there, the institutions are there, we build them. However, poverty, unemployment, inequality continue to persist. Where are we missing it? Where are we missing it? And that is the question that we need to consistently ask ourselves. You can't have all the tools and the drivers, yet you can't get the car from point A to point B. In fact, in some instances, it's like the more we give you all those things, is the more we get stagnant. Looking at all these things, taking into account what I've just said, in the work that I'm doing, I came to the conclusion that often we tend to be so obsessed with building state capacity, put in place systems and processes, put in place institutions, employing people who we are not really that much sure whether they can actually do what we are employing them to do. We are missing one critical element, which is institutionalizing capability. Right? So, we need to go beyond building state capacity to institutionalizing capability within the state. Because if, 5 minutes, I'm finishing. If we continue with this paradigm, we achieve what one African scholar characterized as institutional fundamentalism. Right? And what does that mean? It means formulating policies, creating institutions, getting people into employment, but not turning this capacity into capability. And the consequences of that is what you call institutional fundamentalism. We are just so obsessed about systems and processes. And that is where my challenge is. And building state capacity needs all hands on deck. And guess who ought to take a center stage in terms of making sure that we build state capability? It's us as the post-school education. It's us as a post-school education. Because if there is a challenge in government in terms of making things happen, if there is a challenge in the industry in terms of ensuring that things happen, we need to start to look at the source of the problem. Right? And how do we do that? Let's go back and analyze this talent pipeline. It will lead us back to us as universities. What are we teaching? Are we really preparing these people to be capable individuals when they are out there? Can they really get on the job and do what they're supposed to do? Right? That is why I've often argued that a post-school education gives us an opportunity to recreate ourselves, to recreate society. So, building national capability is a function of education. But that education ought to be configured in a way that it will indeed give us what we want. As I conclude, something that I also pick up, and this one I did not really talk about it, but let me just quickly talk about it when I was talking about resources. We've got a problem of corruption. Right? We've got a problem of corruption. But also, we need to nuance the reason why we have that problem. Again, when you look at this thing, it will take you back to our education system. That often our approach in terms of teaching, the intention is primarily and often it appears to be solely to develop the technical competence of our students, which is important, right? Technical and cognitive competence of our students, which is important. But there is another important fundamental objective of education. Even when you go back to the origin of education itself, it has always been there. But often we don't really put more emphasis on it. And that is, education must also contribute towards the character formation of society. People need to have this inherent understanding that to take money that does not belong to me is stealing, is corruption, is wrong. I used to illustrate this by giving an example. As a country, for those who are not from South Africa, at some point there was something called the Zondo Commission. It was disheartening to see them good people with extraordinary technical competence in what they had gone to school for, but appearing before the commission. You can't tell them about their technical expertise, but they were found lacking insofar as their ethical competence is concerned. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Actually, we put his presentation intentionally. You know? It's very instrumental. Economics, politics, together.
Thank you so much, colleagues. We can then go for lunch, and we will come back in 15 minutes. Huh? In 15 minutes. What's the time now? So you want us? Okay, let's just confirm.
Yeah. Sorry, should we finish up? Okay, you can invite Mario.
Okay, so the consensus is that we do the last presentation, which means we'll push for the next 45 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes. Will depend on the grace of the speaker. But let's push the presentation and then we go to lunch and we will be done. No need to come back for the training. All right, there's a hand. Yes? Okay. Okay, let's get your question.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Margaret Moyo. I am a student at the Tshwane University of Technology, and I am a student at Ga-Rankuwa campus. I am currently studying financial management, and it's my first year. So my question to Prof is, as educated South Africans, how can we fight this problem of unemployment, poverty, and inequality without looking at the government as a solution, without looking at entrepreneurship as a solution? Because right now we have, I have family members at home that are entrepreneurs, but they're facing problems of capital because they no more fall under the youth umbrella. So how can we deal with these problems that we're facing? Thank you. That's my question.
Okay, there's another question. I'll just take both of them.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Alphys Junior Masongani. I'm doing my fourth year in advanced public finance. So my question to Prof is that how do you see the role of administration evolving in the next decade, especially in the context of South Africa? And like, do you actually see South Africa as being one of the leading economies such as your China and your USA decades from now? And then, like, will we ever reach a point whereby we actually eradicate this pattern that we see year in, year out of corruption. And I see that currently now there is a formation within the 30 years of democracy. There was formation of such as your public protector, your AGSC, formation of institutions that will safeguard the public interest. Is there like a tool to actually measure their effectiveness and capacity in order for us to actually see our growth in terms of eradicating this corruption?
Yeah, let me start with the last question. Okay. The institution that you mentioned, your public protector, so forth and so on, those are what we are referring to as Chapter 9 institutions. They are obligated in terms of the Constitution to consistently account directly to Parliament, so that they give a sense of where are we in terms of our fight against corruption. They produce many reports that are there, so those reports can easily be accessed. Can we eradicate corruption? I think we can if we take a conscious decision, not only as government but society in its entirety. Earlier on, I talked about the role that education institution in general, not only universities. At some point, I was saying that it's very interesting that as a country, we don't really put more emphasis on what we call civic education. But you go to other democracies, even kids from the kindergarten, they've been taught the basic fundamentals of what make them proud as a nation, right? America, they'll tell you America first, right? And many other polities. I could see that as a country, we are increasingly becoming the friend of China. In China, they don't play. You steal public resources, they deal with you decisively, right? So I hope that we can also learn something from that friendship. The question of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, from my perspective, ought to have an element of a high sense of innovation, to the extent that sometimes you may not even necessarily need that capital. You can just make things happen for you. I was reading a story of somebody, was it in India? He had nothing, but now the person is a multi-millionaire. By just, remember, you invent something, right? And ultimately that thing, it will actually give you what you want. The question of unemployment, we need to address that, like as I said, whether we like it or not, education remains at the center. In other words, we should not just put you in a lecture hall because we want to fill our enrollment numbers. We need to respond to what is actually needed out there. And that is the conversation that we need to have. I was saying to Prof. Sherry that I had to do another presentation at IFO, and they are talking about, their theme is quite interesting, to take stock about higher education in the country in general. Those are some of the issues that we need to really begin to talk to, right? So I'm very optimistic that we could actually turn things around. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Prof. We're now moving to the last presentation, which is on alternative policy strategy to stimulate South Africa economy, a heterodox approach, which is presented by Prof. Mario Sherry, Department of Economics, TUT. I'll just quickly read his profile. Prof. Sherry is the founding chairholder of the UNESCO Chair in Africa Integration and Innovation, located in the Institute for Economic Research on Innovative at the Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa. He is a professor of economics and a senior researcher fellow at IERI. He is currently an advisor to AUDA, NEPAD, in the African Science, Technology and Innovation Indicators. He is also managing the OIDA NEPAD program with TUT in research and capacity building on system of innovation in Africa. He was previously He was previously the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Finance at Tshwane University of Technology. His area of expertise is the study of systems of innovation from a political economy perspective within a particular focus on African systems. His current research specialty project is on a re-articulation of the system of innovation approach to economic dynamics, specifically to consider the specific systems, structural conditions of economies in Africa. I'll just welcome Prof. Sherry to present for the next 20 minutes. So the next 40 minutes, thank you.
It's going to be a bit of an active presentation, So let's take my jacket off. This works with my glasses. Oh, yeah. So this is up and this is down, right? This is which one is? All right. Thanks, Prof. Zerihun. I hate using honorifics. Usually I like first name basis. For this symposium, I think it's important. I think it's appropriate at the time we're living in this country, right? You notice that the title of my presentation is not the same one as the one which was allocated to me, which was Alternative Strategies for Stimulating the South African Economy. Stimulating, for me, implies that you've got something which is temporarily unwell, reasonably healthy, and want to stimulate it. I think we've got a much more serious problem. Akin to the fact that, I mean, if you apply an electric charge to a corpse, it will jump around, but still dead. And maybe what we need to do is look for an alternative body. And I'm using the term imagining in a way like Benedict Anderson would have used it, but the fact that we have different paradigms, different economics paradigms, different schools of thought. These are often different languages of economics, and they are quite in a state of contestation. And maybe the paradigm, the approach we adopted at the dawn of the democratic era was not the one which was well suited to our system. Now, the institute that I work in, which will soon transmute into the Yeri Graduate School of Economics, right, is interested in history. I have mutated in my lifetime from a mainstream economist, a neoclassical economist, that ended about 94, to a radical economist, heterodox economist, more specifically a political economist. Okay, so can you believe it? I actually teach science, technology, innovation. Oh, thank you. Right, so much better. All right. Okay, this is basically the outline of the presentation. First of all, we've got to talk briefly about mainstream economics, because this is the environment, the policy environment, that's what is determined by what we talk of as mainstream economics. Then look at one of the heterodox approaches, which is evolutionary economics. Then, and this is a brave leap, a potted history of South African economic history from the formation of the Union, 1910, until the end of apartheid. Then we look at post-apartheid economic policy, and finally, we look at an alternative policy framework. Okay, mainstream economics. And here I distinguish between the discipline and the discourse. Now, the discipline is strictly neoclassical economics. What are, I say, fault lines? What are its limitations? Basically, we know the creation of neoclassical economics, especially the general equilibrium model, by the Walras school at the turn of the 19th century. And they sought elegantly to model the economy as a whole, to see the integration of markets mathematically. That's why I say it's elegant. And I should know, I taught it for many years. It is truly elegant. But to be able to do that, well, you had to have a very particular notion of rationality, a simple notion. More is better than less, right? You had a clearly specified constraints, versions of the budget constraint. And if we're going to be sophisticated about it, subtle about it, you can even talk beyond money. You can talk about time constraints. But anyway, the constraint is perfectly specified. Now, once you have your objective function, often depicted in indifference curves, and your budget constraint, then a mathematical solution to the constraint scarcity decision-making process is simple, the point of tangency. Right? So what we have is decision-making. I say in question mark, because if you've got full and perfect information, and even if we extend to the future with clearly specified probabilities, we're still working within a full and certain information set. There's no real decision-making to be had in the way that we normally understand it, right? Okay. It abstracts from the human condition, whether it's the consumer, whether it's the firm, whether it's the labor. These are simple twists in mathematics, like a single-cell organism driven by something simple. More is better than less. In fact, we use the same constraint optimization techniques, like the Lagrangian multiplier, for consumer decision, firm decisions, even how much labor to offer on the market. And in a way, it's best suited, under these conditions, for a fully centrally planned economy. Back in the 70s, when I was doing my master's, I was reading Soviet economic planning. And that came the closest to adhering to neoclassical economics that I've ever seen. Because, of course, under those conditions, you can claim, even though it was wrong, claim that you have full and perfect information. And you were the only one making these calculations. Now, unfortunately, we've blurred issues. We talk about consumers as if it were a human being we're looking at. We talk about the firm. We talk about competition. We use the word perfect competition in a context where there really competition, as we know it, has been eliminated. And the one who objected most to it, a set of 3 articles back in 41, 42, was the guru of Austrian economics. And this is extreme market-oriented school, which advocates minimal government. And he dismissed it as empty, as tautological. As I say, it's beautiful. Mathematically, it's beautiful. But we've got always to distinguish between the logic and the premises, the assumptions. We've done exercise in finding ridiculous assumptions, but building perfectly logical structures. We've done that as exercises to teach students, right? So just because something is logical does not mean it's valid or useful for understanding human condition, right? Okay. Now, however, the discourse is not neoclassical economics. The discourse, and this is why I quoted the Austrian school at the end of it, Hayek especially. The discourse is how it is delivered, even in class, right? It's a combination, an unholy marriage between 2 radically different schools of thought. the Austrian school, as I said, or libertarianism, piggybacking on a highly mathematized neoclassical system to lend it the verisimilitude of a science. So now you don't argue with me. I've tested this. I've got the results. I've got the estimations. It's a science. And there's always the aspiration of economics to become a science, especially in the turn of the 19th century. Right? So it was the scientificization, I'm putting in commas, of a political agenda. All right? Now let's look at evolutionary economics. Evolutionary economics started with Thorstein Veblen. That was the end of the turn of the century, when he wrote an article, short article, asking why is economics not an evolutionary science? Okay, use science. All right. The thing is about evolutionary economics, while neoclassical economics sees the economy as one giant clockwork mechanism, and again, I taught it, it is beautiful to teach, all those simultaneous equations trickling down, right? A biological metaphor sees it as a living organism, sees it as different species, sees it as evolving and mutating, thriving, or perhaps doing poorly, sometimes dying, and sometimes whole species of systems dying out. We knew there once was a so-called socialist world, Soviet Union and People's Republic of China. We know those species are dead, all right? So in this way, we try to use a biological metaphor, but remember, it's a metaphor, okay? All right? To try to understand better the systems we will live in. It is not ideologically driven. It is an analytic approach. In fact, it can range from, as I said, extreme, I won't use the word neoliberal, extreme market liberalization from the Austrian school. The Austrian school have adopted to Marxian approaches. I tend to move towards specific type of Marxian approach, a French regulation school, and between different degrees of liberalism. So it is not ideology bound, whether it's neoclassical economics or the mainstream economics as we see it, and I think it's a cheat, is ideologically driven. I think that when textbooks say, okay, we've got this model of perfect competition or monopolistic competition, and let's take, for example, monopolistic competition or oligopoly. Let's take Woolworths. No, sorry, you can't take Woolworths or Checkers or any real-life example. Fritz Maslach and Milton Friedman themselves accepted that neoclassical firm does not correspond to any firm. But then they said, if firms behave as if, right, as a getaway, it is dismissive of this demarcation line. Since the 20s, 40s, we've delineated there's an economics. Oh, and then there's other disciplines like sociology, political theory, like history, like anthropology, cultural studies. This would have shocked the great economists. I mean, people like Schumpeter, people like Smith, I'm now quoting those who are quoted, would have been aghast that an economist would be ignorant of the other disciplines. Hayek put it very well. I'll paraphrase. An economist who is only an economist is not an economist. All right? And there's a focus of institutions as constitutive of the economy. But most importantly, considering, and this is where history comes in, informal institutions. Right? Those unspoken rules that govern behavior, establish rules and practices, including corruption, rent-seeking behavior. Now, I feel sorry for mainstream economists teaching here, right? Not here at TUT, but teaching in economics departments. We're trying to teach economics in South Africa, and a student might say, and what about the hollowing of the state? What about rampant corruption? And they have to answer, yes, but that's exogenous. No, sorry, it cannot be exogenous. We cannot say there's economics and, oh, by the way, there's corruption. Sometimes somehow we have to think of it as endogenous. And it has to become a study in itself because it is specific always. That's why I use the term rent-seeking, all right? Because when the Panama Papers were discovered and so many companies and individuals were exposed, there were very few of any American companies. Why? Because the American corporate lobby is so strong in Congress that American corporations can locate their money any tax haven. They can declare it. There was a time when German companies, way back in the early 90s, could come to Africa, pay bribes to get contracts, and then go back and actually declare those bribes as a way of doing business and tax deductible. It was not corruption. Of course, the law changed, and then a lot of people got embarrassed. All right? The big business in America has so altered the rules of the game that they're threatening the world. Well, we know that. I mean, there's a saying that came out back in 2008 after the crash, and banks were rescued. Give me a gun, and I will rob a bank. Give me a bank, and I will rob the world. All right? And we know the consequences of that. It's affecting all of us. There was a question over there to my good friend, Mafia, about what to do about unemployment and entrepreneurship. We've shifted the responsibility onto the individual. We're asking you, the individual, to take responsibility. How can you take responsibility in an environment like this? We keep talking about, even this university, we're here to create entrepreneurs. Well, let me look around, not students, at staff. How many of you would willingly leave a challenging, well-paid job, secure job, and go out and become an entrepreneur? No. The majority of populations all over the world would not want to be risk takers. They want certainty, certainty. In fact, the proportion of, I would call them natural, instinctive risk takers, any population in the world, historically has been seen to about 5%. All right, okay. We hear this mantra again and again and again. It is not the job of government to create jobs, it's the job of business. No, sorry. There was a time where in the heartland of capitalism, all right, in Western Europe especially, but even in the States, there was a time when governments created jobs, secure jobs. Let's not get taken up with what is fashionable now. Yeah. Okay. Now, this is a brave endeavor. All right? Whole history of, since 1910 in about 5 minutes or so. All right. First of all, South Africa is a strange, strange creature. That's why I use the words sui generis. It is its own category. It's unique in the notion of the post-colonial era. The post-colonial era started in 1910, when a native population, Afrikaners, fought against the colonizers, Britain, lost the war, but won the country. But they represent about what? Or no, it was 3-4%. And they established a post-colonial country where the vast majority of population was suppressed. It was an internal predatory state based on the interests of a racially defined group against the majority. That's why I hesitate again to draw analogies with colonialism. Colonialism was different. Okay? This was an internal predatory state. And between 1910 and the Second World War, this country moved from being a natural resource production country, mostly minerals, to highly industrialized nation. That was driven by identity politics. It was the affirmation of the Afrikaner against English foreign capital. And let us not forget, it was purely state-led. Right? ESCOM was established in 1924 from a private company called the Victoria Powers Force. In around 26, there was a big railway establishment, building of railways in South Africa. Steel was needed, but South Africa produced iron. And so the South African government at that time, Herzog and Creswell, turned and offered massive incentives, tax incentives, direct incentives for companies to start steel mills. And they didn't do it. So in 26, in Parliament, they passed the ISCOR bill. And you laugh at this. The opposition screamed at them, calling them Bolshevists, communists. All right? They established ISCOR. The architect of the South African industrialization program, who set up the Industrial Development Corporation, Hendrik van der Bijl, as his model, had the Soviet 5-year plan. He saw the industrialization of South Africa as purely an engineering project. Of course, he could not escape the constraints of a racist-defined state. So he tried to, but he couldn't. Not just a racially defined state, but where the oppressed by far the majority. So forget the morality of it, all right? That we agree on a personal level. But I'm not a moral philosopher. I'm arguing as an economist. So it wasn't just that it was immoral. The numbers crippled the development of this economy, all right? Other countries, engaged in genocides and all that, like the American Indians, like the Australian Aborigines, but those were tiny populations. They could afford to be morally obscene. It didn't affect the economy, all right? Also, under Jan Smuts, mostly during the segregation period, look, Jan Smuts was a racist. If you read his Oxford lectures, he's overtly a racist. But he was also internationally a very ambitious man. He wrote the prologue, he designed the League of Nations, the antecedent to the United Nations. He wrote the prologue to the United Nations, and he knew that he could not eat at top table at South Africa if he maintained the system that he had. He was being attacked by several countries on it. But he lost the election in 48. In 48, the National Party won the election, and I call it the retreat from the new modernity. Up until the war, what was happening in South Africa was not unusual within the notion of empire, all right? After the war, with the wave of independence, the dismissal of empire, the establishment of the United Nations Charter, where you could no longer occupy land because you had political might, just at that time, South Africa retreated into apartheid. Okay? And designed this incredibly complex, bizarre systems of homelands, Bantustans. Went into what Foucault would call biopolitics to an extreme where it's not only where you could go toilet, where you could sit, who you could have sex with was legislated, with police actually observing people and producing evidence in court. It's bizarre, but that's the way it was maintained. It became insane, and it became expensive. Now, you can't use economics to analyze this. This is why, while I am on the Marxist side of the race-class debate, I also do believe in truth effects. This was driven by identity based on race. You can't explain it through economics, but it altered the economy. All right? Right, okay. Oh, the one objective of the apartheid government immediately, they wanted to do the separation between English capital and the Afrikaner state. So they mostly moved towards the interpenetration of Afrikaner and English-speaking capital. And that's where effectively you had the establishment of a consolidated white capital, all right? And that's where increasingly the work of unions became even more important. Now look, there had been union activity back in segregation, all right? But the Communist Party of South Africa made major mistakes. One of its slogans is, "Workers of the world unite for a white South Africa." Okay? They lost a lot of blood. Eventually, they transmuted into the South African Communist Party. All right. But also apartheid, because it became increasingly isolated, developed the military-industrial complex. And there's nothing like a war footing to increase science and technology. South Africa developed an outstanding system of science and technology. But because 95% of the population was excluded from the economy effectively, it also developed an incredibly impoverished national system of innovation. Because let's understand from our perspective, my perspective, a national system of innovation is not the number of PhDs and science and engineers. No, it's the quality of your population, its skills, its enterprise, its innovation. All right? All of us, employees, hopefully, we are enterprising in our work. Hopefully, we are innovative in our work. We're not risk takers that we would go and set up a business. All right? Does not mean that the labor force cannot be highly innovative and enterprising. Okay. Now, the main issue is because apartheid had no counterpart. And there were lots of debates about what the foundation of apartheid was. One side, what we call nowadays neoliberal side, said, listen, apartheid is an aberration when it comes down to the rationality of economics. It works against profits, works against the rationality of the market. The other side, the Marxian said, no, capitalism adapts all the time, always maximizes surplus. And it has shifted, and we've got an apartheid capitalism. Distinct from American capitalism, distinct from a European capitalism, distinct from an East Asian capitalism. Now we would say distinct from a Russian capitalism, distinct from a Chinese capitalism. Capitalism is malleable, it's very flexible. All right? What this raised was issues of where are the continuities, where are the ruptures. Marxist economists say that there were no ruptures. It was continuous, from colonialism to segregation to apartheid. I think differently, even though I am of the Marxian persuasion. I think 48 was a major rupture. I think that if Smart's government had gone on, not because of the goodwill, but because of the aspiration, the ambition, they would have had to dismantle apartheid very fast. Segregation laws very fast. Okay? Okay, now, post-apartheid economic policy. Le sachant, plus la même chose. This is an old saying, and it's a very depressing saying. Basically, it says the more it changes, the more it is the same thing. All right? Look, the apartheid legacy, as I said, science technology, but terrible national system of innovation. And the spatial economics of apartheid, that complex system of Bantustans, homelands. And remember, over the process of so many years, it weeded out. People like Lutuli, who objected, sidelined. And many others like him, who objected, were sidelined. And what was brought in was the collaborators, inevitably. All right? Unfortunately, during the Codesa talk, we mostly maintained that. And we set up this mad system of 9 provinces. Right? We had, or South Africa had, organically developed those 4 white states. I'm not yet ready. Eh? These hints on the side. The others were ersatz, highly artificial and highly repressive systems that should have been an amalgamation. Liberation came at a terrible time. This was just after the fall of the Soviet Union and the apparent, even though it was a non sequitur, condemnation of anything to do remotely with state intervention. This was the height of a neoliberalism, which we now don't know much about. But there it was, I call it the coming of the barbarians, globally, right? Where we stopped the notion of caring for people and building economies like that. And the World Bank came in, and the IMF came in. And they linked the support to a type of economic regime. More than that, you've got to realize the ANC had never been in government. It was the Liberation Party. They came in facing an unbelievably difficult task, a huge state edifice with Bantus, homelands, everything aimed at preserving the welfare of about 4 million whites and suppressing the other 50-odd million blacks. And I'm using blacks here not biologically, but politically. Anybody who was excluded by the regime on the basis of whatever their criteria were. This was an incredibly huge task. They had a police force, which was not a police force, it was an enforcement agency. Right? And here comes the World Bank. Say, but why are you worried? There are laws of economics, laws of market rationality. All you have to do, liberalize the markets, and the markets will inevitably achieve good distribution. The battle for the future of South Africa was fought within the ANC between a group of economists called the Macroeconomic Research Group, right, who came out with a macroeconomic plan, which was called Making Democracy Work. And the title is instructive, because just because you legislate democracy, just because you say everybody has the same right to vote, does not mean that you do have democracy. As we've just seen a week ago, where a person who was very explicit about his future political agenda, a person who said, from day one, I will be a dictator, was elected in what are free and fair elections by a majority which has not rarely been seen before in America. All right? So it's not just that you have constitutional democracy, there are other requirements. Okay? And this notion, making democracy work, was important. And the whole brunt of the macroeconomic research group's push was that a system, an economic system, was institutionalized over 40 years of apartheid. All right? And it is not the business of business to alter structure, except in America, of course, where they're powerful. Huh? It is the business of the state to set the conditions within which business operates. And they looked at education, they looked at health, they looked at housing, they looked at poverty, unemployment. And you might say, so what's new? So did the alternative one, also within the ANC, which developed the GEAR. Yeah, of course. Nobody would say that I aim to increase poverty. Nobody's going to say that I aim to make people less healthy. But how you do it, the premises. Because GEAR, which was largely informed by the World Bank, and the group within the London School of Economics, right, and other parties, had this notion of a trickle-down effect. Let's grow the economy first, and then the benefits will trickle down to the population. Well, in the first place, nobody wanted a trickle-down. They wanted a cascade. All right? Secondly, we've seen it doesn't work. Because trickle down to what? A highly decimated population. Even in America, even though they pay lip service, Americans are Americans, Biden, whatever, right? They've been denouncing the trickle-down effect for the last 4 years, even though they speak one way, do the other way, right? Okay. So finally, GEAR won the day. South Africa was a good boy. South Africa paid and still paying the apartheid debt to the IMF. Did you know that? This is an IMF loans to apartheid South Africa, which ran counter to a UN, I think there was at least one, I think there were more, UN resolution that the IMF cannot finance apartheid. The government, the democratic government made in, and I've asked many functionaries within finance over the years, why would you want to pay back the money that funded the oppressor? No, because we want to be seen as reliable. That's insane. In fact, the IMF And that was the point where the IMF should have been taken to an international courts and been forced, arm wrestled, into giving very good credits to South Africa and pay restitution. South Africa liberalized tariffs at a faster rate than even the World Trade Organization did. In fact, the World Trade Organization turned around on the first government of South Africa and said, why are you liberalizing so fast? Why? No, because we wanted to be seen as good boys. We lost a really well-thriving, apart from others, textiles, clothing, and footwear industry. We had a textiles, clothing, and footwear industry, which ruled the markets in Africa, at least, that I know personally. All right, we lost. Now, implicitly, by choosing here, the state chose the race side of the debate. That all we have to do is constitutional democracy and liberalize the market. All right? And BBE was a product of that. Somehow, changing the face of capital somehow means that we have different capital. That's rubbish. Capital is capital. White, black, green, whatever. Capital behaves as capital. Whereas real emancipation, and I hate the notion affirmative action, I always supported corrective action, right? Real emancipation would have been a good education system from primary level, health institutions, right? Raising not the human capital, because that's a neoclassical, neoliberal term, but the human capabilities. I'm using the term in terms of, like Amartya said, human capabilities, which are, sure, education, but other things, basically putting in the conditions where each individual's potential is achievable, his life or her life potential. All right? So we can think of, and the book he wrote on this was Development as Freedom. Right? Basically, right now we're in a terrible situation where our primary, secondary education are in debtors. A huge amount, I heard somewhere about 50–60% of pupils at the age of 7 cannot read for meaning, which means they will never be able to read for meaning. All right? Where pass rate is what, 30%? And we are suffering the consequences in the university, we know, because we're not, it's in isolation. All right? Where we're giving sort of prescribed answers to questions, where we want people don't answer problems, but people who can think up of new questions, imagine new questions, because that's what we need. Right? It's always been my tenet that we need more theory in a developing economic context than in a developed economic context, because we have to think of the fundamentals, which, I'd say the damned implications for human capability based. And this is our future. When we have close to 70% youth unemployment and uneducated youth, this is our future. All right? And as I say, from GEAR to the NDP, there's been a continuity. It's still the same thing of let's make conditions right for investment to flow in. If you read the NDP, the first chapter is a review of policy in South Africa from the beginning. They talk about the RDP, they talk about all the others. Not once is GEAR mentioned. And that introduction was written by a team led by the man who was finance minister, who was the messiah of GEAR. But GEAR is never mentioned. It's like, that uncle you've got in the family, and that Christmas parties or whatever parties, he's an embarrassment. He drinks too much, he talks rubbish, he does stupidity, and you try to, as much as possible, keep him out of the way. That's what GEAR is like. But because of that, it still determines our language within which policy is set. Okay, last slide. Okay. Hey, you. All right. An alternative, as I said, this is not an alternative in terms of little tweaks here and there. I see something fundamental that went wrong in the early 90s, leading to 96. So it's an improbable alternative. In the first place, we have got to focus on the human in the economy, the totality of the human. And we know that in the case of South Africa, the human does not seem to be important. Especially when you consider our inequality rates, which constantly, play for first place in the world. All right. We have economic policy, we have social policy. This is a false demarcation line. Again, this is a result of the trickle-down myth. First, we grow the economy, and then we can satisfy these social. No. Unless you have a highly qualified, highly skilled, highly intelligent workforce, you can never develop. You're caught in that trap. I always say, if you want to solve poverty in the long run, solve it now. Right? Take education. Fees must fall and all that. Well, this should have happened with the change in the regime. Instead, we still looked at education through neoclassical neoliberalized as a private good you have to pay for. Education should have been made free from the word go at the institution of the new government. And this is not some wild socialist ranting on. Most of Europe, education is not just free. You also students get paid to stay at university. And it's not a question of values. It's that these countries have realized that the biggest investment they can make is in their people. It's only in the barbaric countries like America where people over 60s are carrying millions of dollars still worth of debt of university they haven't paid. Or what Britain started becoming, first a bit under Thatcher, then under that neo-Thatcherite Tony Blair, and now under the Tories, it's become incredibly expensive to educate your child. What does that do? That reinforces class. And it's what we've got, the divide in this country. You want your children to be educated? Well, better look at the private school and then pay through your nose for university. Health? Well, even though you're being taxed, you better have medical aid, right? Security? Even though you're being taxed, you better have a security company. We've shifted the burden of human capabilities development on the individual. And it can never be on the individual, otherwise reinforce differences. We should look at straight-driven innovation. Now, again, this might sound like some loony left, but until the oil crisis of the late 70s, early 80s, and the coming of stagflation, when we still had Keynesian economics, if the government wanted to build roads from A to B, government workers went and built that road from A to B, telecommunications, whatever. You tendered out only in irregular expenditure if you want to build stadiums for a World Cup. But regular maintenance and construction was job of government. Eliminate tenders. And we know, by God, it's not just here. Globally, tenders are this biggest font of corruption or rent-seeking. Oh, by now, by the way, on The Guardian today, Elon Musk is already on the way to becoming incredibly richer than he is because of the concession promised him already by Donald Trump, who said, well, he helped me, I owe him, publicly, all right? Imagine if tenders were eliminated. But this madness has swept the world. I mean, some time ago I was doing a consulting job for the Finnish government in Southern Africa. At one point I just, but oi, this is the work that the governments do. When I said to my counterparts, they said, you're joking. That minister now is about 5 people. We outsource everything, all right? And this is a madness based on the notion that competition is good for efficiency. And this is what is dangerous about neoclassical economics and neoliberal economics. It appeals to common sense. As I keep saying, I've said this before, Common sense tells me the world is flat, right? It runs against any notions of rationality that I'm walking on a globe which is spinning around. So common sense tells me the world is flat, and that stars and the sun revolve around the earth. It's only by developing science and counterintuitive knowledge that we realize otherwise. Okay. The globe, finally. All right, first is the paradigm shift. My last little bit, finally. What I'm calling an epistemic shift. The world has changed. And it's changed in ways that I think are really frightening. We lived in some sort of golden age, apart from apartheid, after the Second World War. With the United Nations Charter, you could not occupy land by force, right? Democracy was increasingly seen as the preferred sense. At the same time, strangely enough, there was the Soviet Union. Now, I don't admire the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was not where the revolution should have happened. Not if one understands Marx. But at least the existence of part of the world where defense system put constraints on Western capitalism. Up until the 70s, labor was protected. The reproduction of labor was protected. The excesses of capital were constrained. There was state housing. There were, price and wage controls. There were subsidies, right? Okay. After that, things started slipping. And we have had America's superpower. Well, apart from it being the worst crime against humanity, 2 atomic bombs over Japan in the war. Right? An act of cruelty which is unbelievable. Apart from that, incursions in Vietnam, incursions in Iraq, destabilize the Middle East. All right? But now we have an invasion of part of Europe, Ukraine. We never imagined a land war in Europe after the Second World War. And now we have a genocide, which has been declared as such. And genocide is an easy term. We had Rwanda, we had Myanmar, the Rohingyas, but now we're talking about a genocide which is evident in real time. More than that, it's of an industrial scale, logistically planned with an end site. And last time we had a genocide like that was in the Second World War. But worse than that, it's being fueled, supported by what seemed to have been the last democracy, the one which constantly states rules-based world. Yeah. So suddenly, everything that we held up is gone. It reminds me a bit of Nietzsche. The first crisis, when he declared that God is dead, basically saying that humans are taking agency. They do not need some outside determination. And then we established a new God, democracy. War crimes were declared as war crimes, decency. And now, to emulate Nietzsche again with a reference to Wagner, I would say this is the twilight of the gods, the Götterdämmerung. And we do not know what this world is going to be. The only last thing I would say, with not much hope, is that we should look at our continent. We always had the continent as an important market. Whether we talk about energy, whether we talk about that, the conditions, at least in the southern part of Africa, are very similar to our own. When we built up human settlements, I objected, nobody listened, even though I agree. I mean, we had a huge assured internal market, and we outsourced everything to imports. We could have developed our materials technology. We have the CSI, we have others, energy, everything, and become world leaders in these various technologies that go into low-cost housing, and we've got Africa. We've done the African Continental Free Trade Area. What I fear is that this, is a feeding ground for the new colonizers, China and others. Okay, apologies for ending on such a depressing note, but maybe it's a sign of age. Yeah.
Okay, there's a question.
Thank you so much, Prof. Don't you think the Thank you. Don't you think the ideology of socialism, which is promoting equal distribution of resources, will lead to case of robbing Peter to pay Paul, and also leading to less productivity in the society? Because if I know whatsoever I'm making as effort, I'm making as extra, will be distributed to my neighbor that is trying to be lazy while we're working. Thank you.
Okay, may I answer one question at a time? Otherwise, I'll forget. All right. Okay, I won't discuss this theoretically. I will quote actual real-life examples. Iceland has a income tax which goes up to about 70%. Right? It's got one of the most highly educated populations in the world. Its equality is unbelievable. It doesn't mean you can't get rich. You can get rich, but you'll never be poor. Right? But it's also among the most competitive economies in the world. Let's go the same for Sweden, for the Nordic countries. Germany, we talk about neoliberalism. That's why I don't like using the term, because just before the Second World War, at the University of Freiburg in Germany, before they were chucked out, those who escaped, economists, some went to America, some stayed in Europe pre-service later. Liberalism split into two types. One was what Foucault called anarcho-liberalism, which is what we call neoliberalism now. The other one was ordoliberalism, which after the war, under Adenauer, determined German economic policy. They recognized that capitalism is a great engine of health, of wealth, but as long as it is constrained. Right? So in German law, every board of directors has to have a union representative. Right? In Nordic countries, even more, there is what is called this flex security, a relationship between state, capital, and labor. And there the relationship between labor and capital is not combative, it's collaborative. So, hey, my business is not doing well, I have to lay off workers. The union says, okay, right, but you also drop your salaries also. The state says, we'll take them up, we'll re-educate it, and we'll redeploy them to the other enterprise there. And it's worked, right? So I'm not quoting theory now, I'm actual examples, all right? Listen, by most of what we have today, what was happening in Western Europe until the 70s would be seen as socialist.
Afternoon, everyone. Once more again, I want to ask: when you were speaking about apartheid, you mentioned that there were what you call, besides BEE, what are the other things that would address the imbalances of the past and inequality? I think Prof. Carroll provided what you call qualitative data and quantitative data to demonstrate that apartheid might be an old thing, but then the effects are still present even now. That showed that the youth of the white minority have a high chance of getting employment than the youth of black majority. So according to your overall analysis, what is the progress that you have seen as the state has taken to actually address that?
So I've seen no progress. I've seen no progress because transformation required the transformation of the whole of the population, right? And this would have been the class side of the race-class debate. This is what the Merck group, also within the ANC, argued for. You altered the conditions of life of everybody. You give access where there was no access to high-quality education, health, to universities. Now, 30 years later, we would not be talking about affirmative action. It would be inevitable. The demographics would work out. Of course, if there was any blockage, you go in and bust it because law prevents discrimination, right? So a certain association, like once there was apparently some lawyers' associations were preventing black lawyers entering, then you go and bust it. But generally, unless we lift the whole population up, that's why BEE was a false imagining. changing the few faces of capital is not going to alter anything. As I said, a black capitalist, green capitalist, white capitalist, they're capitalists. Capital does what capital does. No, but we had a highly educated workforce, and that is the base for any country which works. But work well. And this is going on about we need more entrepreneurs, more entrepreneurs. In Africa, we don't need more entrepreneurs. It's got more entrepreneurs than the rest of the world put together through necessity. We need stable populations where families can plan their future. Over the 20 years it takes to raise a child to a productive human being in the economy. And that has to be protected, all right, by the state. That's...
Yeah.
Mm.
Mario is challenging classical economics.
No, neoclassical.
Neoclassical.
Yeah. More like classical, more like classical.
Okay. You know, we are establishing a department whereby the classical economists plus also heterodox economists will be the first department in the country.
Yes, true.
Accommodating different views. Because only one view may not serve the purpose. So let's have different views and come up with solutions. Especially I like the, can I see your last, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the need to engage with African continent. That's very important. Because South Africa consider, we are in the ocean of poverty. Africa is a potential for South Africa. Africa prospers. South Africa prospers with Africa more than any other partner. More than China, more than Europe, more than America. So South Africa is a potential for South Africa. South Africa is not in the ocean of poverty. South Africa is in the potential growth node.
But,
am I correct?
Of course, mulatto comes from a country which was never colonized. All right?
That's true.
Okay? A country which has a recorded history since Shiva.
Yeah.
Right.
Shiva.
And up to Haile Selassie,
Yes.
the same bloodline.
Yes.
It's a very unique country. It's a sui generis. It's its own category.
That's true.
Need to salute that.
So Mario, thank you.
Oh, President.
Yeah.
I should come more often.
It's not a classical economist. It's not a bribe. Okay. Thank you, really.
Thank you so much, colleagues. And I know that you are really hungry, so I don't want to stand between yourself and lunch. We'll just have the closing remarks, and then we'll give gifts to the authors, and we can mingle, network, and make sure we produce the next articles, the next book. And yeah, so let's get Prof. Kotsia to come and give closing remarks. Then I'll come back for gifts, and then we are done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I will be very short. May I just say that I'm also not an economist, I'm an auditor. So I've also got a different view of things. However, I just want to say there's quite a lot of things that came out today that actually is one concept. I think I want to start with, there was a lot of negative things. Unemployment, data not working, government not doing their jobs. You know, I mean, the list went on and on. I'm not going to repeat all of those. And it's all true. I mean, not one of us can sit here and say we are ostriches with our heads in the sand and we don't want to see or hear this. The corpse that needs a new body, that was the worst. But it's true. It's not going well. Yes, there's a little bit of light, but if you work with people, if you talk to people on ground level, whether it's the lady working in Checkers or the person looking at your car or your friend or your boss, or doesn't matter whom, people are struggling. The struggle is alive on ground level. And we as academia needs to stand up. It's time, as the DVC said, it's now is the time. We can no longer say that we cannot, we must be part of the solution. We cannot bury our heads. So there's a saying, and I'm not sure who said this, but it's very true. If you always do what you have done, you will always get what you have always got. We can't keep on doing what we were doing. Our research needs to change. And what I've learned today is, if I look, Prof from Humanities saying, what is our main goal? Making the lives of people better, making society better. If you take your job, maybe you've got a fantastic job, maybe not so fantastic. What is your main goal? To go home and spend time with your family and your friends. Isn't that why you're working? If you had enough money on this planet Earth, will you still work like a slave every day? Probably not. Who knows? But we need to find ways of doing things differently. And the one thing I've learned, and I've been preaching this quite often, but I'm seeing it here today as well, is that life happens between faculties. You cannot be an economist if you, what did you say? An economist that is only an economist is not an economist. We need to start working together. We need to start finding solutions to these problems, because if I just look at the solutions, I think, but there's no solution. But there is. How will we find it? By working together. Academia, we must break down those barriers between faculties. Even in our own faculty, we've got the management sciences field, finances, accounting, auditing, taxation, and we have the economists. Do they touch base? No. We need to touch base. We need to start mingling more and doing research across boundaries. And we need to make sure that at the end of the day, it's about the people. It's not about anything else. You can have all the money in the world, and if you are not a happy person, you are useless. So I leave you with that thought. Hopefully we can get some more disciplinary research. I think that is what's needed. And thank you for this day. Thank you, Madam Chair, that did a great job. Prof. Zeruam, Prof. Polly, for arranging this and for writing the book. And I think this is a book that will actually touch lives on ground level, which I think is really needed. Thank you, everyone. Let me give gifts away. Okay? So we're going to give gifts away. Oh, the author? Okay. Thank you for the book.
And a gift for this is a gift from
Yes, here's the gift. Okay? So which student do we take? Which student participated the most?
So we need participants for the gift that I promised. But you only need one. It's not gonna work. It's gonna work. It's a bathing thing. Okay. So this is a bathing ingredients sponsored by 130. 130 is a brand I also have as a passion project. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Everything should be done. This is for Prof. Esther, or Dr. Esther. Thank you.
Prof.
No, I did nothing. I just.
Okay, this is for her.
It's for Esther.
For our program director. Colleagues, we really appreciate. Together, we can do better. So next time, I hope we'll have we have people from humanities, heterodox economists. So Initially our keynote speech was on trust and social capital. I hope you enjoy it. By the way, this keynote speech will be posted in our Economic Society webpage, or we also put it here. So everything is going well. Please, you are all welcome to a very decent lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and let's have those networking session. It was a long day. Sorry.